never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. As the nation waits to see if former President Trump is indicted this week, New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu says charging Trump would lead to a political circus.
A lot of the Democrats have misplayed this in terms of building sympathy for the former president, and it does drastically change the paradigm as we go into the 24 election.
The Republican Sununu on CNN's State of the Union. Trump told his supporters on Saturday to protest when he's arrested. Trump is accusing President Biden of trying to influence the Manhattan District Attorney's office in the Stormy Daniels case.
Trump made the claim on his Truth Social platform, adding that Biden wants to pretend he has nothing to do with the Manhattan DA's assault on democracy, when in fact he has stuffed the DA's office with Department of Injustice people. He also accused District Attorney Alvin Bragg of taking his orders from D.C. Prosecutors have signaled a possible indictment, but the DA's office has not confirmed Trump's claim. I'm Dave Collins.
Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, a Democrat, wants lawmakers on both sides of the aisle to address border security and immigration reform.
This is very challenging for border states, and if you're a small town on the southern border, this has been a real struggle, and we've got to do more.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Kelly said the Biden administration has taken some steps to alleviate the crisis at the southern border. Pope Francis says he's praying for those impacted by a magnitude 6.8 earthquake on Saturday in Ecuador. At least 16 people were killed and hundreds of others were hurt. Search and rescue operations are ongoing amid fears that the death toll could rise as crews dig through rubble. In the wake of two fatal shootings, the city of Miami Beach has issued a state of emergency and midnight curfew. Additional restrictions are expected from March 23rd through March 27th. This is USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt, and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
The cost of eggs is pricing Dollar Tree out of the market.
With the cost of eggs more than doubling in the past year, you'll no longer be able to pick up a carton at Dollar Tree. Inflation has led the store to take them off their shelves. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average cost of a carton of eggs was $4.21 as of last month, compared to $2 1 year ago. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Taylor Swift has wrapped up the first 2 nights of her long-awaited Eras Tour. She kicked things off with shows Friday and Saturday night in Glendale, Arizona, which was dubbed Swift City in honor of the occasion. Swift's tour, when it was announced, caused Ticketmaster to face scrutiny from the federal government after a chaotic ticket sale late last year saw fans forced to wait hours for the chance to buy tickets, and millions of others totally shut out. It looked like Shazam! Fury of the Gods isn't exactly making movie magic in North American box offices. The sequel to the 2019 superhero film based on the DC Comics character made $30.5 million in its first weekend in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. The first movie, however, made more than $53 million. In sports, the New York Jets aren't going to rush to an Aaron Rodgers trade. That's according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, who says the Jets are confident they can remain a little patient and this will all sort out. Fowler went on to say that no other team is involved in the trade and the Jets will likely get a better deal if they make the Packers wait. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Then. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Are you ready to do it all over again? Here comes another week. Here comes a Monday. Oh yeah, the best day of the week. Right. So just like that, we close out the final winter weekend of 2023. Because spring officially arrives later on this afternoon, about 17 hours from now, 5:24 Eastern, if memory serves, the official arrival of spring. Well, as we close out the first full weekend of March Madness, and final game of the weekend, actually extending past the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. But Gonzaga will hold on for the victory over TCU. Just wrapped up. 84-78 the final score. So Gonzaga moves on to the Sweet 16. Boy, look at the Sweet 16. What a mess. What a mess. That's what you've got. Two number one seeds, one of which did not make it out of the round of 64. A number one seed, Purdue. Major upset. Only the third time, I believe, in NCAA history where a number 16 seed defeated a number one seed. So a little moment of fame for FDU, but FDU went on to lose in the round of 32 this past day. Yeah, that's one number one seed out. What's the other number one seed? Kansas. I was actually watching that game there Saturday night. Kansas losing to Arkansas. Razorbacks beating Kansas. They move on to the Sweet 16. They will face off against UConn when the round of 16 gets underway. Let me see here. Looking at that Gonzaga TCU game, Gonzaga moves on. 84-81, the final score there. So that closes out full weekend number one of March Madness. But can you imagine we've got a number 15 seed that is in the Sweet 16. Princeton started things up, defeating the number 2 seed Arizona. They went on to face off against number 7 seed Missouri, defeating Missouri. So Princeton in the Sweet 16. They'll face off against Creighton, which is a number 6 seed. On the top of the brackets, we do have 2 number 1 seeds that have done what they were expected to do. Houston, first round beating Northern Kentucky. Houston facing off against Auburn this past day. They now move on to face Miami of Florida, Miami University. On the other side, Alabama knocking off Texas A&M in the first round. They went on to defeat Maryland handily 73-51. So it's on to the Sweet 16. Alabama will face off against San Diego State. Here in Cincinnati, Ohio, we've got one team that was pretty much in the mix to start things off. That's Xavier University, who moves on to the Sweet 16. Xavier defeating Kennesaw State in the first round. They held on to beat Pitt this past day, 84-73, the final score there. As a number 3 seed, Xavier now moves on to face Texas. Hook 'em Horns, the number 2 seed in the Sweet 16. Looking on down, folks in Kentucky were hoping they'd have someone to cheer for. But nope, Kentucky losing to Kansas State this past day. Number 3 seed versus a number 6 Kentucky, 75-69. So Kansas State moves on to face off against Michigan State. They're in the Sweet 16. I mentioned Gonzaga just holding on for their win. So they'll face off against UCLA in the Sweet 16. And there's, Arkansas beating the number 1 seed, Kansas. That's why it's called March Madness. You just never know. Madness ensued this past weekend, as anticipated. Well, I mentioned the arrival of spring. Wow, it's not going to feel very spring-like. Waking up on a Monday morning with freeze warnings, literally, all the way to the Gulf Coast. We've got freeze warnings from eastern Texas, pretty much through the entirety of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, a good chunk of North Carolina, South Carolina. Just those coastal areas of South Carolina have frost advisories. Southeast Georgia, looks like you'll stay a few ticks above freezing. But look at that southern portions of Alabama all the way down to, even into Pensacola, Florida. You've got freeze warnings this morning. Mobile under a freeze warning. Freeze warning tonight, 10 p.m. until 10 a.m. Monday morning for the entire region. Temperatures forecast to drop anywhere from 24 to 32 degrees for the entire region. Outside the immediate beachfront communities, where they will be actually in the mid-30s. So even the likes of Gulf Shores, Alabama, right there along the coast, the beachfront, you may stay a tick above freezing, but Destin, Florida, pretty much in the same picture there, but a very, very chilly night in the deep south, unusually as we head into, the first day of spring. It won't be the first full day, but forecasters say that as a whole this week will begin to trend milder, with temperatures returning back to where they should be and eventually above historical averages for most of the eastern two-thirds of the country. Of course, by the time you get to this point of the year, the sun climbing higher in the sky, the amount of daylight continues to increase. Daily historical averages climbing 1 or 2 degrees every few days once you get to this time of year. But downright cold for the latter half of March, from the Plains states to the Atlantic seaboard, including what will be your Monday morning. For many across the South, these freezing temperatures are going to put plants that have begun to bloom at risk. Texas, daily record low and low high temperatures going to be challenged overnight tonight, dipping into the 30s and 40s. Brutal winds across the Great Lakes region and into the northeastern states for the final day of winter. Meteorologists say that a change in the wind direction is ushering milder air across these states throughout the upcoming week. So temperatures will begin to steadily climb. It will begin to feel a lot more like spring for many locations, but it's going to take a couple of days to get there. After starting the weekend, feeling more like the middle of January, temperatures will recover quickly in Chicago, where highs are around 50 degrees for the first day of spring. Temperatures may climb to the middle 50s by Tuesday. Temperatures several degrees above the historical average through at least the middle of the week. Maybe some gusty winds each day. That'll make it feel a bit cooler there. Further off to the east, New York City, temperatures may stay below freezing through the day on Sunday, but thermometer could hit the 60-degree mark by the time we roll into Tuesday there, so much closer to normal. Houston, you're experiencing a similar chilly start to spring before temperatures rise above historical average by the time we get to the middle of this week. Now, the long-term forecast, forecasters issuing a bit of a caution, even though the milder weather is on the way for this latter first week of spring. You still could be encountering some blast of cold air and snow over the coming weeks, especially there in the northern tier of the country. As we move out of the winter season, we can still have another cold shot across the east as we close out the month of March. This cold doesn't appear to be as potent as what we saw over the past weekend, but we will still have a few more chances for accumulating snow across the interior portions of the Northeast, even as we move into the month of April. All right, snow lovers along the coast may be out of luck for any more chances for a significant winter storm, according to AccuWeather. But yeah, I hope you had a good weekend. We close it out, of course, the March Madness. We've already touched on that. We had NASCAR action at Atlanta, at a chilly Atlanta Motor Speedway over the weekend. Holding on, Ford makes its way into victory lane in the Joey Logano finishing the NASCAR Cup Series race where he started the day there in Atlanta. Started on the pole and ends the day taking the checkered flag in the number 22 Ford. With a push from Christopher Bell on the back stretch of the final lap, Logano moved to the outside of then-leader Brad Keselowski with a lot of momentum, charging past Keselowski's number 6 Ford into the lead. Pulled down to the inside lane through the final 2 quarters, crossing the finish line 0.193 seconds ahead of Keselowski and 0.194 seconds ahead of third place Christopher Bell. So it was down to the wire on that final lap at Atlanta Motor Speedway, but there you go, Ford with a victory in NASCAR. All right, hope you had a good weekend. Our number 844-844-3388 as we kick things off. A Back to Work Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what are we looking at here? We'll roll into the 20th day of March. Well, I found something over the weekend. Found something I didn't want. Actually, I guess I should say something found me. It's a bug. Got the bug, the scratchy throat, in the chest kind of thing. So I got myself a little Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine pumped up, hoping that I could break through this in short order. All right, I don't know. It's some sort of bug. Just started coming on yesterday morning. Woke up with the scratchy throat, cough, cough, cough. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm going to blame Eagle. He was sick all last week. Talking about going to the doctor Friday morning. Nonetheless, yes, welcome aboard. Horse feathers out of the box tonight. Must be the greatest day of the week, huh? Right. Hello, Philly Dan. Morning. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Do you think Trump will be arrested on Tuesday? Yes, everyone asking the same question. For all practical purposes, it appears that will be the case. What are people saying about it? Depends on who you ask. When I got up, I guess that would have been Saturday morning. That was when the news was just breaking. Trump tweeting via Truth Social Media. I guess the leak came out of the New York office that he will be arrested on Tuesday of this week. So, yeah, for one in a million times, I actually flipped over to, I think, MSNBC. I said, they're going to be having a field day with this. And boy, were they ever. Yeah, highlighting right out of the box that Trump's tweet is actually trying to incite the likes of another insurrection. Then you flip back over to some of the conservative media outlets, and many are saying this is nothing more than the same old, the political witch hunt. This issue has been looked at by several other prosecutors who opted not to come up with charges. This is going back to the whole Stormy Daniels thing. Yeah, the testimony from then Stormy Daniels' attorney, who is, of course, now in prison as a felon, and the likes of Stormy Daniels. Let's start with Representative Whitaker, who this past Sunday, said the American people will see through any indictment as a political prosecution, and it'll backfire. He will only become more popular than ever. Now, that's the former acting attorney general, Matthew Whitaker. Everyone knows that it's not just Donald Trump. They're trying to get all of us in conservative America, he says. Now, if you've been under a rock all weekend, Trump Saturday used his Truth Social account to announce he expects to be arrested Tuesday in a case through the office of the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, calling on his supporters to protest. Now, Bragg's office has been presenting evidence to a grand jury investigating a $130,000 payment that Michael Cohen, Trump's former personal lawyer and so-called fixer, had made to the adult film performer Stormy Daniels, her real name Stephanie Clifford, who said she had an affair with Trump. He, of course, has denied the affair happened. This payment is said to have taken place near the end of the 2016 presidential campaign. Now, if the payment was not properly accounted for, it could result in a misdemeanor charge of falsifying business records. If the false accounting was done to cover up a crime, such as a campaign violation, that would escalate things to a felony charge. Now, Whitaker said this case is ultimately weak, and based on his experience, he believes the case has been prioritized because Bragg, backed by the liberal funder George Soros, has been brought in by the left to do their dirty work. There is a seed of facts in this case that are very weak, he says. It's based on the testimony of a convicted felon together with a former adult star. It's really going to be a sad day if this can happen, though. Prosecutors, he added, use judgment to determine if cases should move forward. Obviously, there are more crimes and certainly more alleged crimes than can be investigated or prosecuted. But he said he has no doubt that the case is being brought so that it can be used to benefit Joe Biden in a rematch against Trump in 2024. Prosecutors are known to be stone-cold killers. If they have a case, they're going to bring it. Now, they looked at this exact set of facts and they determined no crime had been committed, and they didn't prosecute that crime. He's talking about previously. So what has changed? Further blowback. We'll get what others are saying about this. All coming up here on a Monday morning.
USA News Update. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he doesn't want any protests or violence if former President Trump is arrested. McCarthy commented Sunday, one day after Trump posted in all caps on his Truth Social account, "Protest, take our nation back." Trump also said in his post that he will be arrested on Tuesday. That New York grand jury investigating the former president in a hush money case is set to hear from a longtime ally of his. Reports say attorney Bob Costello will testify on Monday. He previously represented Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer and attorney. At the NCAA men's basketball tournament on Sunday, Xavier, Kansas State, Michigan State, and UConn among the teams that advanced to the Sweet 16. At the movies, Shazam! Fury of the Gods is falling short domestically at the box office with $30.5 million in its opening weekend. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Kevin, who says good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Mid-America Truck Show getting closer. Yes, it is. Hello to Debbie, South Central Montana. Just got a winter weather advisory, 2 a.m. Monday morning till 6 o'clock Tuesday morning, or Tuesday afternoon. Now, 2 to 4 inches in the valleys, maybe 6 inches over the passes in the higher elevations. Drivers, check your conditions before traveling. Thanks for the heads up there, Southern Montana. Good afternoon, hammer down. There's Larry at the New York-New Jersey state line here on a Monday morning. Canadian Terry driving the Beltway around the swamp, a.k.a. Washington, D.C., headed to Wildwood, Florida for Tuesday delivery. 35 degrees, clear skies, one more day, spring. Everybody be safe. Yes, indeed. Morning, Steve. There's the Dipsy driver. Hello to the most informed audience out there. Had a cold weekend here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Had an over 100-vehicle pileup on I-96 near Portland, Michigan. Luckily, no fatalities, but yeah, have a great week. Shows, as always, there. Thank you very much. All right, I'll have to check on that pileup. I didn't catch that in my industry headlines. Copy the mail, 5-7, Country Bumpkin on board. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Carolina Monkey Gouger, 3-time champion meat hauler, Hall of Famer in the house at the Marina Del Rey, drinking a Bud Light. Shout out to Malibu Lauren Rice. There you go. Hello, Pappy, 27 in Harrison, Ohio. I thought spring was around the corner. Hang in there, patience. Well, let's get this week started. Nocturnal listeners, hammer down and be safe. Will Trump get indicted? I'm thinking yes. Yep, I think that's the case there. To which James says, I think Trump was just handed a 2024 victory with what they're doing to him now. Hello to Lynn, rocking the southbound here on a Sunday night, Monday morning. John Ferguson, happy Monday, drivers. GM parts train headed back north to the frozen tundra of Grand Rapids. Maybe switching to a straight truck hauling dairy products to storefronts across the Home 20 area in Dayton in a couple of weeks. Yeah, not sure what to do without my rig. But it's going to be nice being home on a nightly basis. Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. Happy Monday. No rumble at this hour. Oh, really? Okay, 29 feels like 18 in Rottenchester, New York. Stay safe and enjoy. Buckeye Boy is on board from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's a stupid 31 degrees. Yes, Steve, my bracket is like a piece of Swiss cheese right now, full of holes. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello from the Michigan Man Band. Guess doing his virtual racing thing, finished 6th this past evening. Way to go. Hey, that's a top 10 finish. We'll take it, right? All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, there's neighbor Dave checking in. Sweet 16 for Xavier University. Go Xavier. Yeah, it's about the last on the list we have to support in our area, isn't it? Well, what do you say, Cue Ball?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Oh, this whole thing with Trump, man, this is going to get real interesting real quick. You know, I remember waking up Saturday morning, I was home. I seen that on the news, and I'm like, oh, boy, here we go. So there's a handful of things, handful of ways I think this is going to play out and why Trump is doing what he's doing, okay? So, first off, let's say, for example, that they actually arrest him, indict him, whatever, charge a whole bit. If they go after him, then this is according to Dan Bongino was talking about this on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
He said, first off, if you go at it as a misdemeanor, that's a 2-year statute of limitations. That dog don't hunt. If you go after him as a felony, that's a 5-year statute of limitations. You're about 2 years too late. That dog don't hunt neither. So if that's true, what in the world did they tell him? The answer is, in my opinion, they're trying to give any opponents that he may have, whether it be rhino Republicans or even Democrats, should Trump still maintain the nomination. Or if he doesn't get a nomination and go independent, which he has threatened to do that in the past during the 2016 race. Watch for that little stunt, too. But I think the only reason they're doing that is to give any future Trump opponents something to kick them around with. Now, why did Trump say that this was going to happen on Saturday? Well, if you're Donald Trump, what did you learn? You learned how deep and how bad that swamp really is, and how many swamp creatures are in that swamp, right? So, you know that they have no troubles with completely unannounced, for no particular reason, showing up at your door with a FBI SWAT raid style down in Mar-a-Lago, and make your demands and come right on in and grab whatever you want to grab and stage photographs the way you want them staged and all of that. So if he's got the inside info that he's going to be possibly arrested, whether he got inside info or just is trying to come up with a hunch, by him saying what he said on Saturday about him getting arrested on Tuesday and wanting to protest about it, well, what's that going to cost the city of New York? Think about it. What do you think that's going to cost to have to put up that kind of security? Plus, knowing if you do try to kick in the front door of Trump Tower, you're going to need security to do it.
All right.
So he's putting a cost to it. Or he's also basically telling them, not only is this going to cost you a bloody fortune to chase me down for a $250 misdemeanor fine or whatever it is, you're going to have to pony up a lot of money in the protection, even if it's a, quote, peaceful protest. They're still going to have to put up walls and all of that nonsense like they did down the Capitol, right? Or he's also telling them, go ahead, arrest me. I effing dare you. One or the other. But I think that's why he said what he said, because he wants to make sure that it doesn't become like an unannounced kick the door in kind of deal.
Right.
Because let's be frank, you're going to pull a move like that. That's the only way you can get away with it. So that's personally what I think.
I mean, they're talking about the fact that he has Secret Service protection, which, I mean, this is all unprecedented. Obviously they're going to have to somehow coordinate. I guess all the speculation over the weekend has been about, are they going to actually take him in? Are they going to book him? Are they going to fingerprint him and do the mug shots? And obviously you can't put him in any sort of a cell with anybody else, any general population kind of thing. I mean, it's going to be a real circus.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing, right? We all know how this government and the Justice Department works now, right? We all know this, okay? If you go one way, they call you and you turn yourself in. If you go the other way, they kick your door in with a SWAT raid, okay? And I've talked to you about these SWAT raids for years, not even having to do with politics. I remember growing up as a kid in New Jersey watching John Gotti, the boss of the Gambino crime family, walked around. He got arrested God knows how many times. They never kicked his door in. They showed up with federal agents or NYPD wearing suits and ties. And they just walked the boss of the Gambinos, with cops with suits and ties. There's no need to do the SWAT raid thing within this kind of situation. There was no need to pull that nonsense they did at Mar-a-Lago, and that's why I think that Trump let it go already. Now, bear in mind, isn't Mar-a-Lago, regardless if Trump is there or not, isn't that place still under Secret Service security and surveillance?
Sure.
So the FBI had no problem with pulling that crap down there, so I don't think they would have an issue with doing it. You also got to bear in mind, there's also allegations the Secret Service covered up a lot of Hunter Biden nonsense, too. So I don't know how much you even trust Secret Service. You would think somebody with that kind of, that has to protect the president or former president, regardless of political beliefs, you would assume that the Secret Service is beyond reproach. But they got caught hiding the gun for dear old crackhead Hunter. So I don't know how much I trust them either, but it's certainly going to be an interesting thing. But in reality, I mean, I don't know exactly how the laws work in New York when it comes to that nonsense, but to quote arrest somebody, that's not much more than handing them a damn summons written on a piece of paper. I know in Pennsylvania you're technically arrested even if you just get like a appearance summons. Technically that's an arrest. No one put any cuffs or drag your ass to jail. So I don't know how they do it over there in that kind of regard with some low rent bull crap like this. But nonetheless, that's what's going. So what do you think this whole thing with, what's your take on this whole Trump versus DeSantis thing, which clearly is becoming a supposed thing? What's your take on that?
The bickering back and forth between the two?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's no love lost for DeSantis via Trump. Trump, I mean, DeSantis, face it, would not be where he is today if Trump weren't there for him first time around. He narrowly got elected first time.
Yep, that's true.
After which, of course, the fact that he kind of won in a landslide in the 2022 election. Now he's using that. I mean, he's trying to springboard his way. Several experts I've listened to say that if DeSantis does try to run in 2024, he's going to lose, and he's going to lose big. He's not going to get the nomination because Trump, even with all these controversies, Trump is still the overwhelming favorite of most Republicans.
Oh, no doubt about it. Here's my thought on this, okay? If you had to pick a dream team, okay, for 2024, think back, right? Now, my opinion kind of gets based on the past, which some people may not understand or even know. So Ronald Reagan came in as president in 1980, right? Mm-hmm. His vice president was George Bush, who later became the 41st president. Now, Reagan supposedly shot in getting in there, but he needed some more political capital because Reagan was a firebrand of the time. He was somewhat Trumpian of the day. So to get some political backing behind it, a deal was struck where he was going to make George Bush Sr. the vice presidential pick should he get the Republican nomination, which he did. Now, the Bushes are not known to be conservatives. History, anybody paying any attention now knows this.
Right.
Between Bush 41 and Bush, his son later, George W. Bush, they're not real conservatives. So they came in riding the Reagan coattails. Okay, and that's how we wound up stuck with the Bushes. Now, DeSantis is the governor of Florida. So they did a little special on who is Ron DeSantis. And who's over there talking Ron DeSantis' praise? Low-energy Jeb Bush. And we know how Trump cleaned his clock and put his life out politically. Right? Now, all of a sudden, once they started talking between CPAC and what's another Republican gathering that DeSantis went to, Trump went to CPAC.
Right.
And Karl Rove was saying, the CPAC's just a Trump fest. And I'm like, oh, another Bush surrogate. Karl Rove. I can't stand that son of a gun. But nonetheless, he's a Bush guy, and he's all in for DeSantis. Jeb Bush, all in for DeSantis. So what makes me nervous about Ron DeSantis now is that he seems to be making an alliance, so to speak, with the Bush clan. Now, it's not like they haven't hitched a wagon on a real conservative to try to come in as a VP. I think personally, Jeb Bush is hoping to enable Ron DeSantis to elevate to be a presidential nominee, so that way Jeb Bush can roll into office just like his grandpa as a vice president. That's what I think personally. And Trump, here's the thing. You know how Trump can go after you. He absolutely, like I said, Jeb Bush, he put his lights out. Marco Rubio, please. Trump cleaned their clocks. And look what Trump's doing to DeSantis now. Ron DeSantis? Come on, man. You can come up with better crap than that sleeping. He isn't hitting them all that hard. And DeSantis isn't sparring back either. In reality, their platforms are remarkably similar, aren't they? I don't think that DeSantis is really going to hit Trump all that hard. And I think Trump's going to kind of go easy on Ron DeSantis. Because number one, for two reasons, actually. Number one, like I said, both their platforms are remarkably similar. So if Trump can't get it, I don't think he's going to ruin it for Ron DeSantis, who would make a good president, in my opinion. Number two, back to my dream team. Trump wins, you bring in Ron DeSantis as the VP. 4 years later, you've got a proven firebrand now that Trump no longer can run any longer because he's finishing his second term.
Right.
You now have Ron DeSantis now as vice president that can roll in through 8 years. That's what I think's happening. Could be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking.
Well, no doubt it's going to be a very interesting week. We'll see how things unfold in New York. And, yeah, it's going to be a proverbial, what do they call it, shish kebab show, if you ask me there. It is 844-844-3388. Even former Vice President Mike Pence over the weekend said, yeah, this Trump indictment is very reminiscent of the Russian collusion delusion, the Russian hoax, as he put it.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. options. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, then, of course, you got Alan Dershowitz. He also said this is political circus. Regardless of former President Donald Trump's arrest for a hyper-creative prosecution, Democrats leading the charge will not stop him from running for president, according to Dershowitz. They're going to want to make this political circus in the end. And in the end, it will help Trump politically. Remember that it doesn't matter if he's indicted or even convicted or even in prison, he can still run for president. Yeah, the state can't stop it and the legislature can't stop it. It's in the Constitution, he says. Dershowitz, of course, the Harvard law professor, emeritus, says, I cannot fathom the concocting of this case against Trump. I taught law for 50 years. I have no idea how you can combine a federal statute about campaign contributions with a state misdemeanor statute about other things and come up with something to charge Trump with. He said, it's 1 and 1 equals 11, not 1 and 1 equals 2. It's just wrong, he said. The timing is also suspect, as allegations of influence peddling against the Biden family has begun to reach a crescendo. It shows not a single one of them is justified. If it wasn't Donald Trump, no prosecutor would dream of bringing this stretched indictment. Yeah, the criminal law is not supposed to be an act of creativity. You're supposed to investigate people for existing well-known crimes. The weaponization of justice against the political opposition in Democrat-led states like New York is on full display here. This is purely political, says Dershowitz. Look at the Attorney General of New York. He ran on a campaign to get Trump. Bragg, essentially, the same thing, 100% political. There is no basis for this prosecution, but with the judiciary in New York, you never know. The courts could uphold it. Efforts to get Trump have effectively tossed the ethics of prosecution out the window, he says. That's the problem. The problem is every part of the judicial system has become politicized. Get Trump. This get Trump business idea, which he actually wrote a book about, get Trump, has permeated every aspect of our legal system. Normally, a person has a guarantee, at least, that the courts will free him. Here, there's no assurance that the courts of New York will. It may have to go to the U.S. Supreme Court. This is the age-old example of show me the man and I'll find the crime. The persecution itself is unrighteous prosecution. It is a targeted prosecution. It's an example of the conversation between the head of the KGB and Stalin, where the KGB guy said to Stalin, show me the man, I'll find you the crime. Selective, targeted prosecution. And so much other response, but we'll get back to your calls coming up here as we head into a Monday at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona says nobody is above the law ahead of a possible indictment against former President Trump this week.
I would hope that if they brought charges that they have a strong case because it's unprecedented.
Kelly spoke on CNN's State of the Union. Prosecutors have signaled a possible indictment, but the Manhattan DA's office has not confirmed Trump's claim that he would be arrested in connection with the Stormy Daniels hush money case on Tuesday. Senator Mike Rounds is dismissing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' controversial comment about Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
I don't think it's a territorial dispute. While he may be taking territory, this is bigger than that for us.
On NBC's Meet the Press, the South Dakota Republican who sits on the Armed Services Committee said he disagrees with DeSantis about the war being a territorial dispute. However, he believes that remark has something to do with primary politics. DeSantis hasn't officially announced that he's running for president in 2024.
That's Dave Collins reporting. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is telling his country to be ready for a nuclear attack as he's accused the U.S. and South Korea of carrying out military drills with U.S. nuclear assets, Fox News reported. He said the North needs to bolster its nuclear capabilities. Senator Elizabeth Warren says Jerome Powell has done a poor job as chairman of the Federal Reserve. The Massachusetts senator said Powell took a flamethrower to bank regulations.
Price gouging, supply chain kinks, the war in Ukraine. all it does, at least by the
Right.
way the chair wants to do this, is put millions of people out of work.
Warren appeared on NBC's Meet the Press. In an effort to secure financial stability, UBS is buying Credit Suisse for more than $3 billion. The move comes after the bank was dealing with a series of losses for the past 2 weeks. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Depending upon where you live in the country, you might not believe this.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says winters in the U.S. are getting warmer. They say the average temperature in the United States this winter was 34.9 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 2.7 degrees above average. This winter was also a wet one for much of the country, 0.9 inches of rain above average, making it the 3rd wettest winter on record. But even so, the East Coast saw one of its least snowy winters. I'm John Schaefer.
Family and friends are remembering actor Lance Reddick after his sudden passing Friday. Reddick is known for his roles in the hit series The Wire and the John Wick movie franchise. His wife Stephanie posted an emotional tribute to him, saying he was taken far too soon and thanking him for his overwhelming love, support, and beautiful stories. Shazam! Fury of the Gods isn't doing as well as anticipated. The sequel to the 2019 superhero film made $30.5 million in its opening weekend in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. However, the first movie opened with $53.5 million at the box office. In second place this weekend was Scream 6 with $17.5 million, followed by Creed 3 with just over $15 million. Cinderella's run has ended for number 16 Fairleigh Dickinson, losing in the second round Sunday to Florida Atlantic. At the NCAA men's basketball tournament, Creighton, UConn, and Kansas did advance to the Sweet 16. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back on a Monday as we work our way into that 20th day of March. Yes, awaiting the arrival of spring later this afternoon. again, not feeling very spring-like for the southeast. Freeze warnings as you head into the first, partial day of spring. That's nuts. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. That's our number. Promised we'd get back to the calls out of the news break. And who we got there?
Hey, Steve.
Morning.
How's it going?
Doing well. Who's this?
This is Jordan from New Hampshire, and I've been hearing a lot about all this Trump stuff, and I don't know if you ever knew this, but Trump was in something called the 400 Club.
Not familiar.
So he's actually in the club with my friend Zach. He's also in the club. They love to take home 400-pound women.
Oh, that's the one. Okay, hey, it's been a while since we've heard Zach in New Hampshire, right? All right, go back to bed there, Zach. Morning, Dan.
No, this is Heatwave.
Oh, Heatwave. Well, Dan, I apologize, Dan.
Go ahead and get Dan.
That's
go ahead
all right.
Get Dan if you need him first.
He's up next. All right. Morning, Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Good night. What a loser. Well, I tell you what, it takes everybody. You've got the patience of Job there, Steve. I sure appreciate it. Well, I'll tell you, I'm over here in Winslow, Arizona. It's 48 degrees, heading to Southern California, and it's been clear, it's been cloudy, it's been snowing in some areas, it's been raining in others, and right now it's dry. So who the hell knows is what's happening on a spring-like day like today, which is supposed to be what you said about 16 hours from now.
Right, correct. Yep.
Oh, goodness. Well, we got ourselves some pretty good snow. I guess it was Friday into Saturday. A nice wet snow, so that was good. It was about 6 inches. So I'm real happy about that. We could always use more rain in the desert, but yeah, I tell you what, I thought it was Penn State that beat A&M in the tournament start. I know Alabama beat A&M in the SEC championship game, but I thought it was Penn State that beat A&M in round one. Well, maybe it's just me. I normally keep my head in the sand because I'm just so dadgum tired of hearing this. You can't call it anything else but a witch hunt. I mean, I thought all this was already done in the courts, and they figured out that Miss Stephanie Miller, or whatever her name is, Goldmeyer, Stormy Daniels, and her lawyer basically had lied, and the accusations were proven untrue. So the left is absolutely scared spitless on account of Trump coming back. Jackass Joe's up there screaming and hollering, well, everything was already in turmoil when he got in there. No, it was pretty good right up to the point where you put your hand to pen and pen to paper and sign your very first executive order killing the pipeline. It's going to take a while for the effects to happen, but as we can see, better than 2 years into his presidency, we got problems. Started day one with him. A lot of this stuff that's going on has nothing to do with Trump, but what do the Dems like to do? Make it Trump's fault. Somehow, somewhere, he looked at something. That makes it his fault. It's not going to surprise me none what'll happen here in the next few days, next week, next month, next year. It ain't going to surprise me. I'm just very disappointed that at one time I gave Uncle Sam permission to cash my check in case I needed to be called into a conflict. But, right now, if someone were to ask me where I get to go back into the service if called, well, I'm 56. I'm overweight a little bit. I'm out of shape quite a bit. I don't know if even if they were begging for people to go in, that I would, because of what's going on right now. It's kind of like working for Yellow. Bad management. Nothing's getting done. Yeah, you can holler and you can scream and you can shout out to the world, we've got problems, but no one's acknowledging that fact. Nothing's getting done. So I'm gonna be like Slim Pickens and Dr. Strangelove and just ride this nuclear bomb all the way down to the ground. I'm just not the spring chicken I once was, and I don't know if a whole lot of companies out there want an older driver that'll stay with them, but something that I would want from them would be security, good benefits. I mean, I haven't had benefits like this before, but if I were to go anywhere else, I would damn sure be asking for them without costing me an arm and a leg. But everything is so high these days. So, anyways, other than that, what's your weekend been like?
Rather quiet weekend. Spent some time with the grandkids there Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening.
Oh, good. Y'all sit down and watch Svengoolie on MeTV?
No, we were watching March Madness.
Oh, well, that's probably just as scary, depending on who you're rooting for and whatnot. So, but, okay, so you got this week you're going to be at the bunker. What's going to happen starting next Monday morning? What's the transition going to be like for you?
We'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning from the bunker. Then Wednesday night it'll be some sort of a replay. Of course, then we'll be recording Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and played back with those respective nights from Louisville.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, I ought to be there. Teresa, Lady Heatwave, she's doing much better. From one high end of the spectrum down to the low end, and we're trying to figure, well, did her medicines all finally kick in, or did she finally get something other than a placebo? Who the hell knows these days?
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll be heading out Tuesday the 28th. As soon as I get back home, I'll be getting a nap, and then we'll get up right at the crack of noon and start making our way east. Because I say crack of noon. I want to start at the crack of dawn, 7, 8 o'clock, but inevitably, when there's a woman involved, and I'm going to catch hell over this from somebody, I'm sure, it always winds up you leave around noon. Then you got to try to catch up time-wise. And, 1,300 miles, that's nothing to sneeze at. But, we'll be there. We'll be there harassing you. And like I said, if I don't harass you at least once a night with a call in, I just don't sleep good.
There you go. Well, I'm looking at the brackets here, and you were correct. Texas A&M lost to Penn State. Now I'm looking over here. Alabama played Texas A&M CC. So that must be Texas A&M Community College.
Christi.
Corpus Christi.
No, Corpus Christi.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. That's what it is. So, well, I tell you what, I'm gonna be hightailing it down here to Williams and swapping out, but I'll be listening to you. And I don't suppose you got a 10-day forecast in your back pocket there from the AccuWeather guides, letting us know what the weather's going to be like for Louisville at that time.
I've not yet looked. I haven't took a gander yet, but I mean, based on where we've been up and down, I mean, it was a downright cold weekend in Louisville this week. Of course, it's freezing this morning, but it's getting close enough where I can maybe look ahead.
Okay, well, that's of course I know you say something one day and then the next day, the AccuWeather guides are going to say, well, we were wrong. This is the way it's going to be. And as Big Sexy had said in a post to everybody. And he said, the next time you grab about the meteorologists and their predictions, just remember to look at your predictions for the March Madness. So you look at your bracket.
All right.
It's going to be busted either way.
In shambles.
All right, senor.
All right. Thank you, Heat Wave. Have a good morning. I've just pulled it up here, and it's the 10-day out forecast, but yeah, obviously subject to change, especially when they're talking about precipitation and things like that, right? But currently they're showing Wednesday the 29th, which, that'll be, I think Kyle goes down there on Monday the 27th. Start setting things up for the big booth and all that. Takes several days to get this stuff all in place. But Wednesday the 29th, there's forecast of 61. Thursday, first day of the show, March the 30th. They're showing 60 for a high, 50 for a low. That's not too bad. Friday the 31st, 66, overnight low 46. Saturday, April 1, 65 and 46. So right now it's like, middle upper 40s for lows, middle 60s for highs. A good 10 days out, all subject to change, but could be a lot worse than that. It could have been this past weekend. It had all been freezing. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It was under one of the industry headlines, right up Heat Wave's alley. It's all about the One Yellow, the consolidation effort. I guess the latest announcement, planning to permanently close a trucking facility in southeast Wisconsin. According to the letter from Yellow Corporation to the Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development, the company is closing the facility, Milwaukee Terminal 386. Yellow Corporation states the reason for the closure is due to the consolidation of operations. Even though Yellow announced the closure, the company's hope is for the 189 employees affected to be transferred to different company facilities, they say. They're actively working with union representatives on that matter. As a result, Yeah, the company does not anticipate that this notice is required, but will issue it in an abundance of caution and a good faith effort to comply with any notice obligations that may be under state or federal law. There's currently no way to determine which facility employees will accept the company's transfer opportunities. As such, the company is identifying all facility employees as impacted by this. The closure expected to take place on or about May the 28th. Not to say none of the affected employees have bumping rights in connection with the closure, pursuant to a collective bargaining agreement or otherwise. All right, there's Dan. Thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Steve, I really, I think that I think DeSantis would be smart if he did not enter this race, because I know one thing: anybody that cares about the government, I mean, what the government's done, you couldn't have told me that 5 years ago and made me believe it, or 10 years ago, that the government would be involved in elections. And if you care about the future of this country, it's about voting for President Trump or allowing the deep state to win.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Trump's not the nominee, they've won. They've accomplished their goal, and they've sent a message: you either play ball with us or you will not be around in this election. Even though you may win, we'll find a way to get rid of you. And I think if DeSantis was smart, because he's young, he's got a bright future, I think I'd back off, because at this point, I firmly believe it's going to be Trump that's going to be the Republican nominee. I know I'm not voting for anybody else for the reason I just gave you. And I think DeSantis, as well as the rest of them, are basically trying out for VP, or should pin their hopes on being the vice president if they want to advance their political career and become president. And I think Pence's outrage towards this had to do with the fact that he knows this is going to increase the support for former President Trump.
Really?
I firmly believe that. Yes. I don't know that. I mean, I hope it's sincere, but I think he realizes that when people, I mean, they think the American people are stupid. And what they're jealous of is, and I'm not just talking Democrats, I'm talking primarily Republican rhinos and never Trumpers. And that's the ones that, there's a fight in the party now for the populists, who's like Ted Cruz and those, versus the Romneys and some of these, the DeWine and some of these other ones who are, I mean, Kasich is basically gone. I can't see him resurfacing. But the ones who oppose Trump. And it's not that we're like brain dead to Trump, but to see your federal government work against a candidacy. Now, granted, this is state government, but you wonder how much of this, you know what I'm saying, has come about because of the Fed.
Sure.
Of the Fed.
Yep.
But to see them, I mean, starting back with the dossier and then moving along to what you said to Ukraine, the phony Mueller investigation, when they knew all along this was nothing more than BS, and spent $20 million, and then the FBI in 2020 to have the gonads to go out and start having FBI agents calling on social media companies. That just shocked me. And I wouldn't believe this if you told me that. And then the cover-up, I think another reason is this guy Comer, who, not Comey, that's a loser, but this Comer, who's heading up this investigation of the Biden crime family.
Right.
I think what he's released this week, even the CNN is starting to say this is rather damaging, because this information he released is from suspicious activity treasury reports that were filed with banks.
Correct.
And to say, well, yeah, like Juan Williams said, you know, it was $39,000 to, I think, a woman named Haley Biden, who is the, and again, I guess I don't want to call the Bidens white trash, but she's the late wife
of Beau,
and she was the girlfriend of Hunter Biden. He was dating his, what does he call it, his brother's widow?
His brother's widow, yeah.
That
was Beau Biden's wife, Haley was, and yes, when he passed,
right,
he did date Haley for a period.
Right. Well, she got $39,500. Well, this Juan Williams goes, it's only $39,000. Well, I'm sorry. If somebody makes doesn't put down $39,500 or $40,000 on their, I mean, did you pay taxes on this lady? Did the people who issued you these checks, what was there, 4 or 5 other Biden? One account went to just said Biden. It didn't say the first name of the person. Did these people, I don't think they paid taxes on this money. So what does the government do? Nothing.
And if you're saying that a lot of this may be just kind of a ground cover, a distraction, you're not the only one saying that. Every time Hunter gets hot in the news, something big, crops up. Oh, look at the balloon. Oh, the banks. Trump's going to be arrested. Hold that thought. We'll be back in a moment.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA News Update. The New York grand jury investigating former President Trump in a hush money case is set to hear from a longtime ally of his. Reports say attorney Bob Costello will testify on Monday. He previously represented Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer and attorney. Prosecutors have signaled a possible indictment, but the DA's office has not confirmed Trump's claim that he would be arrested this week. Senator Elizabeth Warren says Jerome Powell has failed as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, the Massachusetts Democrat said Powell, quote, took a flamethrower to bank regulations. She said the Fed should stop hiking interest rates to control inflation. It's the final day of second-round action at the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Xavier, Kansas State, and Michigan State among the teams advancing to the Sweet 16. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well, that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now, let me see, I pull up. As you heard of the news break there, Beck sent me a few minutes ago, I guess. Yeah, maybe things have changed. According to the Gateway Pundit, citing the Daily Mail report. Going back to, did we waste our time on this all weekend? Late Saturday night, the report that maybe Trump won't be arrested on Tuesday. The American people, force-fed liberal garbage for the entire weekend, will never get this time back, he says. The monsters on the now communist left dropped the news that they'll be arresting Trump on Tuesday. Now, according to Robert Spencer at PJ Media, Trump made the announcement Saturday morning. The nation's been agog at the prospect of the leftist establishment crossing the Rubicon of arresting their principal opponent on flimsy charges, demonstrating before the entire world in the American Republic is now the American Banana Republic, in which foes of the regime can expect the full weight of the corrupt government authority pushing back against them for daring to dissent. Now, it turns out the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which has Trump in its sights, just maybe stepping back from the brink. Business Insider reported Saturday night that Trump's indictment is on hold until one more witness testifies later Monday afternoon, this afternoon. That's about all that has come to light as the relevant authorities are being quite close-mouthed about the whole thing. Insider says that a source with knowledge of the investigation told them there's one more witness. The indictment is apparently not a certainty until the witness testifies. I thought did they not name that witness? I can't recall who they said there in the news break. Who is the witness? Insider source wouldn't say. So all that we're told is that a separate source, who also spoke on condition of anonymity, said that the witness is not Alan Weisselberg, Trump's former CFO, who's serving a 5-month sentence for admittedly masterminding a payroll tax dodge scheme at the Trump Organization. All right, so that's, I don't know, one more witness. Did you catch the name of who that witness was supposed to testify this afternoon, Dan? I missed it.
Yeah, Bob Costello, who was Trump's attorney, which is another thing. I don't understand how an attorney can break the attorney-client privilege and testify against one of his clients. That to me has always, but as Alan Dershowitz said, we've trashed every rule in the book. So every bit of responsibility, I mean, this is out of the realm of the statute of limitations. It's 2 years for a misdemeanor and 5 years for a federal thing, but you got to be careful because we're talking New York City. We're talking, just as we talked Washington, D.C. for the January 6th people. I mean, another thing that's got the government enraged, and when I say the government, I mean the left, I mean Democrats, and I mean rhinos, is the release of the January 6th tape.
Yep.
All Tucker Carlson did was play those tapes. And they never said he altered them. He never did anything else. Oh, idiot Schumer shot his mouth off. And like Tucker Carlson said, go ahead and play whatever you want to play. Play more tapes. Well, that was the end of that, right? You haven't heard anything else. You haven't seen anything else. And now they're saying give them to everybody. Well, see, that just showed what liars Kinzinger, Benny Thompson, and that disgusting Elizabeth Cheney were. They're liars. Their whole committee was a lie. And so I think they're at a point where everything they've said about Trump, we're showing is that they're lying, and it's coming out. And they don't know what else to do. Mm-hmm. Now, why this man, this Bragg, DA Bragg, why he's pursuing this or what's behind it, I don't think you'll ever know. I have a feeling. I mean, it's not as though he doesn't have bigger fish to fry, I mean, New York City to me sounds like a cesspool of crime, and he said he's not going to prosecute armed robbers, but he does prosecute. I mean, I don't even know what the offense is, but it's the American Banana Republic.
Right.
That's good. Whoever made that statement is very, very true. And Steve, as I'm saying, if Trump's not the nominee, then the deep state has won. And you'll never find out about Hunter. You'll never find out about Biden. The FBI will continue going rogue. And like I say, I don't have any faith in it. And even, part of this is, I think, the fault of President Trump trying to work with the opposition party and people within his own party. They can't stand you, Mr. Trump. What part do you not understand? That guy brought up that disgusting Karl Rove. He's, you know what I'm saying? Whenever he's on Fox News, I turn it off. I don't want to listen to him, and I don't need to get my blood pressure up. But that's kind of how I feel about it. And I mean, I do think that there was a motivation behind this, and I think Trump's popularity rising like it has in the last month has really got them enraged. They say that it is a defeat. Well, they sure don't. I mean, they sure they act like they're concerned that he might get the nomination. And I do think the Rhinos might be behind this.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, who have you heard speak out against it? I mean, you haven't heard McConnell. Well, McConnell's still on sick pay, in the sick pay, I guess, or off. He's out of commission. But I haven't heard any I haven't heard W speak out about it. Not that I'd want to hear from him or that Cheney. It's the Republican Party, as Ted Cruz said, and he does have an excellent podcast. Look, since the Tea Party, there's been a division in the Republican Party, and the old guard doesn't want to give up. And the old guard includes people like the Koch brothers and the money people, the people who were used to financing. And as one of them said one time, who does Trump have other than the voters? Yes, something you'll never have. Do you honestly think Jeb Bush would have beat Hillary Clinton? Wouldn't happen.
No.
But anyway, Steve, I enjoy the show, and it should be a pretty interesting week. Now, it's the following week that you'll be down in Louisville.
Correct. That is correct.
And you'll be broadcasting during the day. Is that what it is?
We'll actually we'll be doing the interviews, recording. We won't be live like we were last year. There were too many internet issues. So we're going to record during the day, then it'll play back in the normal time each night.
But you won't be taking callers during the day.
My understanding is no, I don't believe that's the case. No, just going to be talking to folks that are there, interviewing, talking about different products. And, of course, we'll talk to the likes of Monkey Gouger and Sylvester and Heat Wave and the folks that show up there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hoping to work it out so I can get there. And it's only a day's drive for me. I mean, is Heat Wave intending to drive there?
He is.
From New Mexico?
1,300 miles.
Well, is Sylvester going to be there? Isn't he down under?
Sylvester, he flew over last week. He's out in California right now. I think visiting some family or whatnot, and so he's already here in the lower 48.
Well, then he obviously wins the award for the furthest
traveler. All right.
But anyway, well, I'm good. I'm glad you spent time with your grandkids watching the tournament. And I guess you guys were rooting on for Xavier, correct?
Absolutely, yes. Yep.
Yeah. Is that big of a school up there, Steve? I mean, Lord knows you got some big ones. I quite frankly thought that UD, which I've got somewhat of a connection, one of my kids went there for a while. I thought UD would have got into the tournament, but they didn't because they lost to VCU. But, I mean, is Xavier a big school up there in Cincinnati area?
It's a private. It's a Catholic school, Xavier University, so...
Yeah, right. I figured that.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know. They've actually been to the tournament before.
Yes.
And
yes.
I think that, they've had some. They're like Gonzaga, from out in Spokane, Washington. But what amazed me about the tournament, and I am a hoops fan, I listen continuously, get my mind off of politics. But I tell you what amazed me were the number of lower seeds that were, people like for instance, Memphis losing to Florida Atlantic University, but then the 15 seed, what is Princeton? Were they a 14 or 15 seed?
I think so. I'm trying to scroll down. 15 seed. And yeah, they've gone to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, they're a 15 seed, and they're taking on a number 2 seed with Creighton. And I believe they're playing Creighton down in Louisville this weekend in that regional down there in the 16. But, I mean, Duke losing, and the one that blew my mind was Kansas losing to Arkansas.
Arkansas, yep.
I mean, yeah, of course, their coach is out, and I don't know what his health reason that he's out. It must be pretty severe for him to be out of the tournament, not to be coaching, his tournament. But and I believe Baylor lost. Did they not? I think Baylor lost. Baylor lost to Creighton, I think. Is that who Baylor lost to today?
I'm trying to find them here. Yeah, yes, Baylor lost to Creighton, correct.
Yeah, Baylor lost to Creighton, and Baylor's going into Big 12 next year. I don't know if you realize this. There'll be 14 teams in the Big 12 next year. And but I mean, that's what makes this tournament so fun. I mean, you see like a 15 seed like that. I call it the Egghead Conference, the Ivy League Conference. But somebody from Princeton, you know what I mean, getting in. Indiana lost. See, some of the people that were, another one just south of you there is Kentucky. They lost and today. So they're not in. And these were regulars. They don't even list six, field of 16. They list their final 8 appearance. So, but anyway, I appreciate Steve's show tonight. And if I'm out tomorrow night, I'll make sure I call in if you have open.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you for checking in, Dan. Yeah, this whole Trump thing, is it just the latest distraction? Let's see who you have. The former acting director of the National Intelligence and Ambassador Rick Grinnell, who says, every time bad news concerning the Biden administration comes up, moves are made to distract the American public. And the indictment story over the weekend is no exception, he says. The reality is we have a media in D.C. that literally loves to be distracted by the ruling regime of the Biden team every time there's a problem, whether it's the border, whether it's crisis in the Middle East, banking scandals, war in Ukraine, all these terrible situations that Biden has ushered in for the United States. Yeah, every single time they come up with a distraction. Now, of course, last week, the House Oversight Committee put together emails from Hunter Biden's laptop, how they corresponded with wire transfers and bank records for the Biden family, which he said kind of created an open and shut case that the Bidens have received millions of dollars from communist China.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I did see where, speaking of Sylvester, looks like, I guess, over the weekend, so they flew in from Australia, I think, to L.A., and I believe he was on a flight from there to Atlanta. This had been a couple of days ago. He said, very unhappy with Southwest Airlines and their poor performance in regards to customer service. I'll say more once I've had a chance for them to make it right. But sadly, Susan and I are sitting separately and cannot share this experience. So, yeah, got their flight, I guess, from L.A. to Atlanta. And I've dealt with that before. I don't think it was Southwest. I think it was like an Allegiant flight. I don't know. It's several flights over the years where, we've had to sit separately. All right. But anyway, so I guess said they're going to be a little bit late to Atlanta. They don't plan to be late to Louisville, though. But, yeah, spending some time here in the lower 48, gearing up for the Mid-America Truck Show. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I guess you got to say what Captain Ron does. Greatest day of the week. I don't know. It's not my words. I'm just repeating what I hear out there, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I always say that
anyways,
with ultimate sarcasm.
Yeah, right. So anyways, hey, as far as Sylvester goes, I don't know. UC Southwest is our flight of choice, but the only thing I can say is depending on what they got because you gotta go and do your boarding pass deal there ahead of time. You get 24 hours before your flight. You got to log in and apply for your boarding pass, and they have 3 categories, A, B, and C, and unless you pay, you'll never be an A. And if you get in early, sometimes you do well with the B's, and a lot of times if you don't get in there good and on time, then you end up a C, which pretty much leaves you whatever
seats
little
are
bit
left.
Of meat left on whatever meat
available
on the bone is left. Yep. And the other thing about it is that if you're getting on a flight that's already got passengers on it, if you're just adding to their flight going from wherever to wherever, then you might already be fighting for seats at a B, let alone a C. So yeah, you don't have assigned seating with Southwest. You can't, when you book your flight, you don't get your seat when you pay your money. You've got to, you're up for grabs. So I understand where he might be from, and I've had another issue with Southwest before, but that was a whole nother deal. So let's see here. Hey, you talked about Eagle there a little bit ago. You said something about him maybe give you the cold. Are you sure you didn't get it from the little snot wardens there that go to the snot factory all week long, and you were hanging out with them on the weekend?
Yeah,
I don't know. You got
that was Saturday.
Watch out with them little.
That was Saturday night. Now we hadn't seen them in a couple of weeks because they had been dealing with that stomach virus. Yeah, little Aubrey got it first, and about a week later, then Avery came down with it. So They're all back to healthy now, but yeah, they didn't have this thing just settled like right in my throat and my chest.
All right. Well, I just always blame it on them youngins there. 'Cause they always seem to be at the snot factory there and bring all that crap home and have to share the wealth and give it to everybody else. So anyways, one little thing I saw there with the basketball, that basketball stuff going on, was you're talking about Purdue now. Now this is what, the second year in a row they've been kicked out in the first round. They got beat up by some no name, barely known college whatsoever, and this is the second year in a row they've been bounced out.
Now that I'm not sure. I hadn't heard a thing about that. I mean, they were. I mean, being a number one seed though. I mean, overall they were projected. I guarantee there's a bunch of people that had them in the Final Four.
Oh, I'm sure. But I think this is the second year in a row that's happened to them. So if that's the case, would it be smart to take some of your good money, your good hard-earned money, and call up some of them bookmakers and make a bet that maybe they'll get beat again next year? What would happen if they got beat 3 years in a row in the first round as like a number one seed?
Yeah, it makes you kind of wonder. But yeah, well, hey, we got a pause there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Former President Trump claimed Sunday on his Truth Social platform that President Biden is trying to influence the Manhattan District Attorney's Office in the Stormy Daniels case. Trump also accused DA Alvin Bragg of, quote, taking his orders from D.C. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is reacting to Trump's claim that he is about to be arrested in Manhattan.
Here's what I think is going to happen. The prosecutor in New York has done more to help Donald Trump get elected president than any single person in America today.
Graham speaking at a Christian conservative forum in his home state of South Carolina. The charges Trump predicts he'll be indicted on stem from hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels. Senator Elizabeth Warren says Jerome Powell has failed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Jerome Powell just took a flamethrower to the regulations, weakened dozens of the regulations.
The Massachusetts senator on NBC's Meet the Press said Powell also failed when it comes to monetary policy. Swiss banking giant UBS is buying its troubled rival Credit Suisse for more than $3 billion. A statement from the Swiss National Bank notes the takeover will secure financial stability and protect the country's economy. UBS Chairman Colm Kelleher explained the move is attractive for its shareholders, but stressed this is an emergency rescue of Credit Suisse. Pope Francis says he's praying for those impacted by a magnitude 6.8 earthquake in Ecuador. The quake happened Saturday afternoon, killing at least 16 people and injuring nearly 400 others. Meta is rolling out its verified subscription service for Facebook and Instagram users in the U.S. CEO Mark Zuckerberg says Meta Verified will start testing in the U.S. and gradually roll out in the coming weeks. Those who pay a fee to sign up get a verified badge, impersonation protection, and direct access to customer service. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
A top economic advisor in the Trump administration doesn't want people to protest if the former president is arrested this week. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, IBM Vice Chairman Gary Cohn said no one is above the law, but he added there could also be some politics involved in the decision to indict Trump. After a week filled with commotion and turmoil in the banking industry, a number of key economic reports are on the agenda this week.
Investors will be keeping a close eye on several economic reports due out this week. On Tuesday, we'll see existing home sales. Wednesday brings the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision, and it's expected they will raise rates by a quarter point. Then it's jobless claims and data on new home sales on Thursday. I'm John Schaefer.
This is the 20th anniversary of the war in Iraq, as former President George W. Bush announced to the country.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
The first targets were hit with Tomahawk cruise missiles from U.S. aircraft and warships in the Persian Gulf. The U.S. declared an end to the war nearly 10 years after the fighting began. Xavier, UConn, and Kansas State among the winners in Sunday's second-round action at the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Joey Logano has his first NASCAR Cup Series win, the Embedded Health 400 in Atlanta. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard as we close out Hey, the final winter weekend. Anxiously awaiting the arrival of spring later on Monday afternoon. It was at 5:24 Eastern Time, which will make Tuesday our official first full day of spring. Yeah, someone brought up the massive pileup in Michigan over the weekend. State police said 150 vehicles were ultimately involved. I-96 on Saturday. 16 people transported to area hospitals, none with serious injuries, no fatalities, amazingly. But a series of crashes. Eastbound lanes about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, resulting in the freeway being closed both directions Saturday evening. According to the state police out of Grand Rapids, 84 vehicles damaged, 66 others slid off the road into the ditch or the median, weren't damaged. There were whiteout conditions prior to the pileup. But the sun was out and the skies had cleared by the time state police released an image showing the carnage there. All right, a warming and family reunification center was set up at the Portland Church of the Nazarene. Buses were transporting those involved in the crashes to the church. Many vehicles colliding with the cable barrier separating the east and westbound lanes. Conditions quickly worsened. Visibility grew poor just before the pileup. They had talked about some of these potential snow squalls over the weekend. You could be on dry asphalt and suddenly you're in whiteout conditions, and there you go. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Oh, I saw one of the Reels videos there on Facebook. Somebody was involved in one of them. I don't know if it was that one itself or if it was another one. But there was a man and a woman in a truck, and the woman screaming, "We got to get out! We got to get out! We got to get out!" And you're watching the video, and cars are still just piling flying right past them. I mean, they're stopped, and there's a little room in the middle between vehicles over almost a full lane away, and she's wanting to jump out of the truck, and these other vehicles are coming by at like 40, 50 miles an hour, and the guy's like, "No, stay in the truck, you get run over out there."
Yep.
So, yeah, definitely stay in if you're ever involved in something like that, don't, unless there's imminent danger that you need to leave your vehicle, you're better off in the vehicle than you are out, because you just never know where somebody's going to come sliding past and just mow you over. So anyways, hey, I got a question. I got this person here that called what is her name? Carrie Boyd. Carrie Boyd there. She commented on one of my posts there and said that she couldn't be my friend, so I went and kind of looked at her profile a little bit. And can I say this on the radio? Wow. Yeah, most people who look like that don't normally talk to me. All the way through school and everything, I couldn't. But she's from like Germany and supposedly lives in Los Angeles now, and all interested. Do you think she's trying to get? Do you think there's somebody out there and it's not really Carrie Boyd that's trying to get my information, Your Honor?
Distinct possibility, yes.
Anyways, yeah. Yeah. If somebody gets something from Carrie Boyd out there, maybe that's one to avoid. I got to work on deleting that here in a little bit. Anyways, the other thing we were talking about there with the football was talking about Aaron Rodgers going to New York. And, the one thing I didn't think about there, we were talking about his salary and what his taxes might be and all that. Well, it depends on what state he resides in. I mean, if he resides in Florida, he wouldn't pay any state income tax on his earnings. So, it all depends. I don't think he's probably going to move to New York or New Jersey and make that his permanent residence. Even if he plays football for him for one more year, I'm sure he's not going to do that. Now on the other hand, Tom Brady, who went to Tampa Bay, I'm sure took all advantage of living in Florida to make sure that he didn't have to pay state income tax on his money that he made down there being a buck. But anyways, I don't know. Look at me talking sports, and I don't even pay attention to sports. You want to know how much I paid attention to sports, Your Honor? I needed to get a nap about the same time you did yesterday. So you know what I did? I turned on the NASCAR race.
Yeah.
I laid down and turned on a NASCAR race. I was doing something, and I missed Bubba Wallace crashing in the first 5 or 10 laps, whatever that was. He crashed in the very beginning, which wasn't surprising. And then I woke up to find out that Joey Logano, driving a Ford, I guess this is the second week in a row this has happened, a Japper crapper has pushed a Ford to the win 2 weeks in a row now. So what's going on with the Chevrolets, Your Honor?
Oh, boy.
And why are the Japper crappers teaming up with the Fords?
Ooh.
But anyway, so there's how much I paid attention to that. I needed a good sleeping aid, so I turned the race on there, and I didn't see any of it. You know, as I say, I fell asleep there just after Bubba Wallace crashed, and woke up just to hear him talking about the end. And I guess about the best thing I liked was Clint Boyer and Tony Stewart were actually doing a lot of the talking, so I enjoyed listening to them. I've always kind of been fans. So, anyways, they're two drivers that I like to hear from. When they were talking about, especially when they were doing their on-track adventures. But I guess what, next week they're going down to do that deal in Texas where they got to turn right, and then the week after that,
they got the road course coming up.
Yep. And then the week after that, they're going to haul that dirt back into Bristol. So they're gonna do Bristol in the dirt or mud or whatever it is. They're going to try to race in and see how that works out again. But anyways, what else we got? I got a couple of good things written down here, and we got to get to. So anyways, yeah. I wanted to know if he was on the east side or the west side of the Beltway, because I'm going to be down there about an hour and a half now. So if he can make sure that, if he can let me know if everything's all cleared out down there, that I can get around, that'd be good there. I appreciate being able to chase him through there. And I don't know, can we talk about the elephant down the street? I got a message about the big elephant down the street there that used to give you some money. Did you hear the information, the news from those people at all?
The elephant down the street.
Yeah, the one with the big hot stick that you used to work for.
Yeah, right. Oh, they're going to be they're going to be back in Louisville. Yeah.
Yeah, with the old truck show name and some Kevin guy did they hire somebody to put in the seat that what is he a woke liberal or something that is that what they must have hired or something?
Obviously I don't get to tune in, but because Red Eye is in the Central Time Zone. They start at 1 o'clock. So it's kind of like what Bubba Bo used to do to fill in that first hour, midnight to 1 a.m. That's what he does.
All right. So he's not doing the whole 5-hour program or nothing like that.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't know. There was a couple of people liked it that I was surprised liked it, that he posted that, and that after 3-year hiatus they were going to be back. And
right.
Go screw. The best thing I could see you guys doing again, I think you and Chris or whoever in marketing there ought to try to get a spot and advertise Hot Shot Secret's booth number, and you're going to be there on their station again. I think that would be the best thing to do at this point. But see if they bite on it. See how much they really are all about the money, But anyways, I left him a comment there. I don't know. We'll see if he responds or what other people say. I did see one thing that somebody that wasn't my friend actually responded to a comment, so I'm sure that's what it was about. But I couldn't see their reply. I don't understand. They're not my friends, so I can't see what they wrote about what I said. So, anyways, I just gotta love Facebook. I tell you, I enjoyed it a whole lot better when I didn't have to do it. But between the fire truck and Make-A-Wish, I had to go back to it, and I'm not the happiest about it, but we're here. So, but anyways, that's about all we got for you for a Monday there, and I guess we'll be seeing if there's anything else going on. If we hear anything, we'll report back, and if not, we'll chat at you later then.
All right. Have a good Monday, and hey, happy spring. At least later on this afternoon. We were talking diversion tactics. And a business associate of Hunter Biden is being sought out for congressional testimony about the more than $1 million that he transferred to members of the Biden family, which may ultimately have come from a Chinese company, right? This is the news that was breaking last week. The House Oversight Committee revealing the possible Chinese payments last Thursday amid the wide-ranging investigation into the foreign business dealings. In a statement, committee chairman James Comer said the business associate, a guy by the name of John Rob Walker, has become a key witness in the investigation. Comer asked Walker to schedule the time to sit for a transcribed interview by March the 24th, so by the end of this week. When speaking about dealings with the Biden family, Rob Walker once said that exposing him would, quote, bury all of us, man. Why? Comer writes. The Oversight Committee has many questions for Rob Walker. We look forward to getting answers for the American people. Of course, the Thursday memo last week suggested in 2017, after Walker received a $3 million wire from a Chinese energy firm, State Energy HK Limited. He wired about a third of that money to family members of the then former Vice President Joe Biden over the course of 3 months. Using those bank records obtained by subpoena, the committee found that an account associated with Walker transferred a total of over $1.06 million to accounts associated with Joe's son, Hunter, his brother, James, and Haley Biden, the widow of Joe's late son, Beau Biden. It's not clear what services were provided by the Biden family to obtain this exorbitant amount of China cash. Now, Fox reported a spokesperson for Hunter's legal team confirmed that the accounts listed by Comer belonged to Hunter, as well as his uncle and Haley, emphasizing they belonged to nobody else. But again, here they say, here we go again, as Comer takes something old and tries to make it new by wrapping it in a wild, baseless, right-wing conspiracy. Oh, boy. So more of the same old, same old. Well, let's check in with Captain Ron here on a Monday morning. Captain Ron, best day of the week.
Happy Monday.
Yeah.
Greatest day of the week. Now, you said at the top of the show, you even gave it another good reason for Monday. It's the last day of winter. I mean, how much better can it get? And you didn't do a very good job. You were supposed to find a more intelligent caller, and then you end up with me. How does that work?
Hey, you said it, not me. Good boy.
Well, it's pretty common, you know. Horse Feather sends you out on a mission every time on his call to go find a intelligent caller.
Right.
But I heard the other day on the news that the tourism coming to Florida is pretty high and higher than usual. But I don't know, we got red tide on the West Coast and we got that brown blob coming to the other coast. Have you heard any more about that situation?
Yeah,
it should be getting
there's some of it is already coming ashore. Yep, it's already washing up there, I think, in Miami.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
But we had a rocket launch Friday evening, but couldn't see much from my house. Saw a little bit of the trail, couldn't pick out the rockets. Too cloudy. Did you watch the Xfinity race Saturday?
No, Saturday we were over. That's when we were at the grandkids, and we were actually that's when I had March Madness on. So no.
Well, I had that driver that NASCAR told him to park the car. Josh Williams was the guy's name, and he parked it at the start-finish line, got out of the car, and walked across the infield and pit road back behind the pit wall. Just left the car out there. It was pretty funny. From what I heard, Denny Hamlin has offered to pay his NASCAR fine. So I'm thinking maybe Denny Hamlin's going to make another car for that guy, which would be okay, I guess. He's just starting out. I talked to my friend that lives down in Port Charlotte. They still haven't worked on his roof yet from the hurricane. It's getting the contractors going, and I don't know if it's because of the insurance, getting the money from the insurance, or how all that's going, but all of that's still going on down there. My sister still hasn't even got them going on her roof either yet. It's pretty backed up down here. But I guess that's all I got for tonight. You need to stay away from those snot factories, though, as horse.
Yes, yes. I don't know who do I blame.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one. I haven't ever heard that one, but I guess I'll call back later if I think of something else. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, happy Monday. Captain Ron checking in there. No, I missed that over the weekend. I guess he made the highlight reel. Xfinity Series driver Josh Williams, parking his car at the start-finish line under caution, climbing out, walking away while waving to the crowd. This after debris from his car brought out another caution in a first stage that was riddled with yellow flags. Williams' car was damaged on a lap 27 when he was collected in a crash that involved Kyle Weatherman and Jeb Burton. Major damage to his right front fender. The team attempted to repair the damage to keep the car running, but the repair job didn't hold when the green flag came out again. Debris falling off Williams' car on the front stretch, bringing out the fourth caution of the race on lap 33, to which NASCAR ordered Williams to bring his car to the garage and park it for extending the caution period. So Williams, rather than driving back to the pits, stopped on the track, climbed out of the cockpit, and flashed a peace sign to the crowd as he walked to the infield grass and back to pit road. Williams, they say, was whisked away to the infield care center, then summoned to the NASCAR hauler to meet with officials. Speaking with safety workers, Williams was obviously unhappy with the penalty that had been called while taking a rather defiant tone toward discipline. All right, I don't care. Well, what's he going to do? Fine me, he said. I can't afford to pay it. He was then made to wait in the NASCAR Xfinity Series hauler until after the race. Yeah, where they spoke to him for a considerable amount of time, they say. Afterwards, Williams spoke to reporters to explain the incident from his point of view. I mean, we all work really hard, right? And to only run X amount of laps and then have something like a piece of bear bond fall off and put us out of the race, it's very frustrating. We're a small team. We work very hard. We've got to make our sponsors happy, right? It doesn't do you any good sitting in the garage. But it is what it is. All right, racing full-time for DGM Racing. Entered Saturday's race 22nd in the points. He admitted he was shocked how quickly he was parked by NASCAR after the debris fell off, but he made note of both his respect for Wayne Aughton as well as the fact that, he was penalized for his presence in the NASCAR rulebook. All right. As of Saturday's end of the race, Williams uncertain about any future discipline that may come his way. I mean, typically, what is it, like Tuesdays or Wednesdays, NASCAR kind of divvies out potential fines and maybe even suspensions for the actions that took place on the track over the weekend. Oh, boy. May not be the end of the story. All right, coming up, we'll get to Eagle is on board. Looks like Philip will be checking in from Florida. Who was that? Not seeing a name, but we'll figure it out when we get there at 844-844-3388. All right, Captain Ron was asking, you got any update on that massive blob of seaweed headed toward the Sunshine State? Yes. Brown bunches of smelly seaweed have already begun washing up ashore in Florida's beaches. As a 5,000-mile-wide raft of sargassum creeps across the Caribbean, we're calling it Seaweed-ageddon. Seaweed-ageddon, because of the size and scope of this, according to Space Coast tourism officials. This year's clump is so large you can actually see it from space. What other areas have done is literally trucking it off the beach with equipment to put it in dump trucks, taking it off the beach, noting has not hit central Florida as badly as other areas, at least at this point. It is a matter of when, not if, the mass presents a significant issue. All right. This is an algin species in the genus Sargassum. The seaweed blob is called the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt, about twice as wide as the United States. I mean, you talk about massive in size. Hey, we get a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he doesn't want any protests or violence if former President Trump is arrested. McCarthy commented Sunday, one day after Trump posted in all caps on his Truth Social account, "Protest, take our nation back." Trump also said in his post that he will be arrested on Tuesday. That New York grand jury investigating the former president in a hush money case is set to hear from a longtime ally of his. Reports say attorney Bob Costello will testify on Monday. He previously represented Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer and attorney. At the NCAA men's basketball tournament on Sunday, Xavier, Kansas State, Michigan State, and UConn among the teams that advanced to the Sweet 16. At the movies, Shazam! Fury of the Gods is falling short domestically at the box office with $30.5 million in its opening weekend. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I wanted to move over to industry headlines. Kind of taken aback by the Freight Waves report. Say, is it any wonder? Truck drivers from Mexico want to come to the USA? What do you think a truck driver makes doing what you do south of the border? Well, the numbers are kind of mind-boggling. Wages and total employees in Mexico cargo trucking. Wages increased slightly between the final quarter of last year and the same time in the final quarter of 2021. The trucking industry employed 1.18 million people during the fourth quarter of last year, a 4.4% increase compared to the same time in 21. Average monthly salary for cargo truck drivers across the country increased more than 9% to 7,004 pesos. That's about $370 and some change monthly, meaning an annual salary, $4,448.52. Now, that's average. Now, Mexican truckers' earnings varied widely based on location, the type of cargo truck or van they're driving, the size of the company, and the sector they're employed in. I mean, wages vary greatly here in the U.S. as well, right? On the low end of wages were drivers of cargo cars, vans, or short bed trucks, while long-haul dry van and double tractor-trailer drivers can earn up to 45,000 pesos a month. That's about $2,379 a month. Truck drivers in the mining industry had the highest monthly salaries, averaging about 1,137 drivers, 21,500 pesos. Drivers for dental offices, 16,000 pesos. Railroad transportation, intermodal services, 15,100 pesos. In comparison, the data from the American Trucking Association finds the average U.S. truckload driver made over $69,000, including salary and bonuses, in 2021. But I mean, big time difference. Lack of pay. Good morning, Eagle. Are we feeling better this Monday?
Yeah, how you doing, Steve, brother? Yeah, I had to change loads, man. That weather down south was about to kill me, man. I told you about all the trees and stuff that are blooming early, early spring, and all the pollen that was in the air. Yeah, I had to change loads. I had a load going to Florida, but the weather, there's too many trees in that Georgia and Alabama. I probably would have got sick on the road, so I got a load to Chicago. It's cold as hell up here, but at least I ain't got to worry about all the pollen and everything. I'm breathing a lot better.
Good.
I'm still stopped up a bit. I'm still stopped up a little bit, but I got real bad allergies. God bless my mom. She gave them to me. Unfortunately, I got the same thing. But, this time of year, most people have this time of year. I hate, early spring, from March on into to about the middle of April, all these trees blooming and stuff. Yeah, it's not good for people with bad allergies. So yeah, it's been a long week for me. But like I say, the weather is cold up here in Chicago. I got to deliver this load in the morning. It's like about 26 degrees up here right now, but at least it's not snowing. But you don't have to worry about the pollen and everything up here. So that's
right.
That's why I changed loads. Because I definitely didn't want to go to Florida because I probably would have had to go to the hospital more than likely. Because I know they got a lot of trees blooming down there. So, yeah. But, yeah, like I say, I'll probably be headed back south after I deliver this load tomorrow. So hopefully the weather will be – well, the main thing is to get the rain. The rain washes all the pollen away, off all the ground and trees and stuff. They get rain maybe up. Hopefully I'll feel a little bit better when I get back down to Texas. But, yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight before I get to Donald Trump. Very bad situation. Could turn into a bad situation with Donald Trump. I'm very disappointed in Donald Trump. I don't know if this is a play tactic of Donald Trump, but I'll get to him in a few minutes. Now, the other situation, Steve, is with the China. China. I told you, Vladimir Putin. I talked to you last week about these two individuals. They supposed to be coming together, Vladimir Putin and the Chinese president. And either they can lie all they want because both of them are nothing but liars. They say that there is not going to be no type of, nuclear or weapons exchanging hands between China and Russia. But you and I know that's the reason why they're coming together to begin with. It's because Russia needs some of China's help to win this war with Ukraine. And they can lie all they want because that's all the Chinese government does is lie anyway, as far as I'm concerned. So they supposed to come together and meet next week now. So like I told you before, Steve, the war is absolutely a waste of time. As far as I'm concerned, Joe Biden, I told a guy this the other day on the CB radio, he say he ain't had no problem with Joe Biden sending money to Ukraine. I said, well, you should have a problem with it because, first of all, it's not Joe Biden's money. It's the United States taxpayers' money that this guy is sending. He said Joe Biden's sending it over there like it comes out of his bank account to this guy for a war that's could never endless war. We'll be talking about this whole thing a year from now, Steve. We'll be making the same phone call talking about Ukraine and Russia still fighting. It ain't gonna never end. It's just money being spent for no reason whatsoever. Instead of these two people coming together and sitting down at the table, instead of Vladimir Putin sitting down at the table with the Chinese president, he need to be sitting down at the table with the Ukraine president to try to work out a deal to try to end this war and stop the endless killing that's going on. But see, like I say, these people don't have the right objective to begin with. So that's the reason why I know we'll be talking about this a year from now. And guess what? Joe Biden will still be sending that guy who said he wasn't concerned about Joe Biden sending money over Ukraine. Joe Biden will still be sending your hard-earned tax money to Ukraine, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. So here's how it goes, Steve, with Donald Trump. Now, either Donald Trump, and like I said, I was starting to get back on the Donald Trump bandwagon, but now I might be off again. Either Donald Trump is the stupidest person that's ever been involved in politics, or he's the smartest. Now, Donald Trump claims that he could be arrested on Tuesday morning by somewhere in New York. Okay. Now he's calling for protests. Why would Donald Trump not call for peaceful protests? Why? What's so hard about putting peaceful in front of protests? What is the problem? Because what's going to happen is, Steve, they're still trying to blame this guy for what happened back at the Capitol building. Yep. They look at these Democrats are looking for a reason to eliminate Donald Trump from the 2024 election race. And if something happens, whether Donald Trump is involved or not, on Tuesday morning or Tuesday afternoon, Donald Trump is going to take the blame for it. And all Donald Trump had to do was say, I want peaceful protests. He had another opportunity today. I waited all day long for Donald Trump to come back out on his true social media and say that I want peaceful protests. Still hasn't done that. Still hasn't come out. You have other Republicans in Washington, D.C. say that they wanted, McCartney and other people say they want a peaceful protest. Now, like I said, there's no reason. I have no problem with protesting, but you need to come out and do it peacefully. And Donald Trump needs to let that be known. If he plans on getting back in the White House again in 2024, and I want to see Donald Trump get back in the White House because I know that the man that can do to get the job done, but he cannot be resorting to violence. Violence is not the way to go because these Democrats are looking for any reason, and I do mean any reason whatsoever, to eliminate Trump from the 2024 election. So I pray and hope that Donald Trump has one more opportunity tomorrow on Monday morning, Monday afternoon, to come out on his Truth Social or TV or wherever he at and say that I want peaceful protests on Tuesday, and hopefully everything will go okay on Tuesday and we won't have the same scene that we had a couple of years ago, because these Democrats would love to see that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, well, of course, the mainstream media, that's pretty much what they've been doing all weekend long, saying that Trump is trying to incite violent clashes, like this is the next step, just like he did, they say, on January 6th. Yeah. But of course, Trump urged Capitol protesters then to stay peaceful. It is 16 before the hour, and we got Philip in Florida. Morning, Philip. What's happening?
Hey, bud. How you doing?
How was your weekend? Work.
Work. That's right. That's all I do. Work. I come home yesterday, and the first thing I saw on the news was former President Trump is going to be arrested on Tuesday. That's the first thing I saw on the evening news.
Right.
And then from there it went on to China, or the leader from China is coming to Russia. So, I mean, it just went on. And then the important stuff was at the end, and they were talking about the weather up in New York. They showed some pictures of some cars all iced up and everything by a lake. And it's crazy what this world has come to. And then also in the middle of that newscast, we were talking about Warren Buffett's going to pull us out of this deal with our finances. Did you hear anything about that, Steve?
I hadn't seen Warren Buffett. I have seen the Credit Suisse pretty much got a bailout.
Yeah, they were talking about that company, one bank over in Switzerland bought another bank. That was their competitor,
right,
smaller one.
UBS, yeah.
And they were talking about the Democrats are calling for an investigation on the Fed about what's going on. Are they really being truthful about what's going on with the Fed? It's just one thing after another in this world today, Steve. I'll tell you, it's crazy stuff. And it got so bad on there, I just turned it off. Walked away, had to do something else besides listening to that mess. That's what it is. It's mess to me. It just that the whole thing pretty much was about Trump at the beginning, probably a good 10, 15 minutes of the newscast. So, but anyway, Steve, are you going to be broadcasting live from Matt's?
We'll be recording during the day, so it'll play back at its normal midnight to 5 Eastern time.
Oh, okay. What days are y'all gonna? So you're gonna do it like in the middle of the day, and then you're gonna play it at the midnight hour?
Yeah, we'll be recording. We'll be recording from like noon to 5 on Thursday and Friday. I think it's 10 to 3 Saturday, and then playing back midnight to 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering. I was thinking about calling in one of those days. If you're during the day, I might try to give you a call. And
yeah, and
that's all I got today.
I don't think we're gonna.
Not much happening.
We're not gonna have the phone lines set up like we did last year. We tried that, and when the internet service left quite a bit to be desired, even though we paid for the premium service there, because there's so many people that are using the Wi-Fi and all that, and we kept losing signal, if you'll recall.
Yes, I do. I remember that. Y'all did have a problem with it last year.
Yep.
But it's been raining down here a little bit today, and I sympathize with Eagle about the allergies. It is getting rough down here. It's been pretty dry down here. We haven't had a lot of rain, and we had a little bit last night, but it wasn't enough to wash out anything. It's a bunch of light stuff. And we really need some rain down here because it is getting dry.
So you had
that's all I got today, bud.
I know you had your space. I think you had a SpaceX launch over the weekend. Did they ever attempt to get that 3D thing up, the 3D rocket?
I haven't seen anything about it, buddy. I've been, like I say, I've been working like crazy. I need to pay a little bit more attention to it. I know that SpaceX had a launch that I couldn't see because of a bunch of clouds. And that was it Saturday? Yeah, it was Saturday was that launch. And that was 2 satellites went up on a SpaceX. SES satellites went up. And it was a good launch. I mean, everything went great with it. But the other one, though, I think it's going to happen this week, though. I'm wanting to say Wednesday. I might be wrong. But I think that 3D one is going to be Wednesday. So that's all I got today, buddy.
Thank you very much. Day, all right. I was just trying to pull it up as we spoke there. And yes, it does appear. This is Monday the 20th. Yeah, the new launch. Yeah, the launch date is scheduled for March 22nd. So that would be Wednesday. Let's see. The 3-hour launch window opens at 10 p.m. and goes till 1 a.m. at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So if they launch in the first 2 hours of that window, we will not be live. I guess if they do wait till the 3rd hour, we might carry it. Let's see. Maybe the 3rd time's a charm, they're saying. Nighttime skies mean very cool methane rocket engine plumes. Yeah, the one-of-a-kind rocket known as Good Luck, Have Fun, Terran 1. It was supposed to launch back on Saturday, March the 11th. Had wind conditions, wind issues. So several pushbacks. The 3-hour launch window that opened at 1 p.m. and was initially slated to take off at 1:45, but due to wind, they pushed it back to 4 p.m., where then it was ultimately scrubbed. The first launch attempt Wednesday, March 15. Officials reported problems with the oxygen temperature in the 2nd stage. So All right, third time, maybe a charm. Maybe just be a charm. There you go. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, that was the banking sector update. UBS was the bank. That, much like the prior weekend where they were looking to get some sort of an announcement prior to the overseas markets opening for fear of a further run on the banks, you'll recall. It's pretty much what they were doing over the weekend with Credit Suisse. Ultimately, the turn came down late Sunday. UBS will acquire Credit Suisse for 3 billion Swiss francs, or $3.23 billion. Under the terms of the all-share deal, Credit Suisse shareholders will receive 1 UBS share for every 22.48 Credit Suisse shares, held for a total consideration of 3 billion francs. The deal includes 100 billion Swiss francs, that's $108 billion, in liquidity assistance for UBS and Credit Suisse from the Swiss Central Bank. Switzerland's regulators said there was a risk that Credit Suisse could have become illiquid, even if it remained solvent, and it wasn't necessary for the authorities to take action. But to enable UBS to take over Credit Suisse, the federal government's providing a loss guarantee of a maximum of 9 billion Swiss francs for a clearly defined part of the portfolio. This will be activated if losses are actually incurred on this portfolio. In that eventuality, UBS would assume the first 5 billion francs, the federal government the next 9 billion francs, and UBS would assume any further losses. Of course, Credit Suisse, the 167-year-old bank, has been the biggest name ensnared in the turmoil, in the fallout from the Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. With the takeover of Credit Suisse by UBS, a solution has been found to secure financial stability and protect the Swiss economy in this exceptional situation, was the word from the Swiss Central Bank. And you recall we were talking last week, how did our own banking regulators change the game, change the rules in mid-play? How can Janet Yellen come out and say, hey, we're going to back all the deposits at Silicon Valley Bank? Aren't you picking winners and losers if you're going to do it for Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank as they did? What about everybody else? Well, Janet Yellen was testifying to the Senate last Thursday and pretty much came right out and admitted that they're choosing winners and losers in this rigged bank bailout. And wouldn't you know it, the losers sure look like the smaller community banks that the big banks and the Democrats would love to see eliminated. Oklahoma Representative James Lankford, or Senator Lankford, asked Yellen a very simple question. Will the deposits in every community bank in Oklahoma, regardless of their size, be fully insured now? Are they fully covered, every bank, every community bank in Oklahoma, regardless of the size of the deposit? Will they get the same treatment as Silicon Valley Bank just got, or Signature Bank just got? And yes, her answer was rather terrifying. So pause for the rest of the story.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. As the nation waits to see if former President Trump is indicted this week, New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu says charging Trump would lead to a political circus.
A lot of the Democrats have misplayed this in terms of building sympathy for the former president, and it does drastically change the paradigm as we go into the 24 election.
The Republican Sununu on CNN's State of the Union. Trump told his supporters on Saturday to protest when he's arrested. Trump is accusing President Biden of trying to influence the Manhattan District Attorney's office in the Stormy Daniels case.
Trump made the claim on his Truth Social platform, adding that Biden wants to pretend he has nothing to do with the Manhattan DA's assault on democracy, when in fact he has stuffed the DA's office with Department of Injustice people. He also accused District Attorney Alvin Bragg of taking his orders from D.C. Prosecutors have signaled a possible indictment, but the DA's office has not confirmed Trump's claim. I'm Dave Collins.
Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, a Democrat, wants lawmakers on both sides of the aisle to address border security and immigration reform.
This is very challenging for border states, and if you're a small town on the southern border, this has been a real struggle, and we've got to do more.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Kelly said the Biden administration has taken some steps to alleviate the crisis at the southern border. Pope Francis says he's praying for those impacted by a magnitude 6.8 earthquake on Saturday in Ecuador. At least 16 people were killed and hundreds of others were hurt. Search and rescue operations are ongoing amid fears that the death toll could rise as crews dig through rubble. In the wake of 2 fatal shootings, the city of Miami Beach has issued a state of emergency and midnight curfew. Additional restrictions are expected from March 23rd through March 27th. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The cost of eggs is pricing Dollar Tree out of the market.
With the cost of eggs more than doubling in the past year, you'll no longer be able to pick up a carton at Dollar Tree. Inflation has led the store to take them off their shelves. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average cost of a carton of eggs was $4.21 as of last month, compared to $2 1 year ago. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Taylor Swift has wrapped up the first 2 nights of her long-awaited Eras Tour. She kicked things off with shows Friday and Saturday night in Glendale, Arizona, which was dubbed Swift City in honor of the occasion. Swift's tour, when it was announced, caused Ticketmaster to face scrutiny from the federal government after a chaotic ticket sale late last year saw fans forced to wait hours for the chance to buy tickets, and millions of others totally shut out. It looked like Shazam! Fury of the Gods isn't exactly making movie magic in North American box offices. The sequel to the 2019 superhero film based on the DC Comics character made $30.5 million in its first weekend in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. The first movie, however, made more than $53 million. In sports, the New York Jets aren't going to rush to an Aaron Rodgers trade. That's according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, who says the Jets are confident they can remain a little patient and this will all sort out. Fowler went on to say that no other team is involved in the trade and the Jets will likely get a better deal if they make the Packers wait. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, and that, my friends, is how we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we welcome you into a Monday. Yeah, last day of winter, well, partial day of winter. Spring arriving later this afternoon. Picking up where we left off there. Janet Yellen pretty much admitting that they're picking winners and losers. After James Langford's question, in light of what you've done with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, guaranteeing all the depositors. Listen very closely to Yellen's terrifying answer. She said, a bank only gets that treatment if a majority of the FDIC board, a supermajority of the Fed board, and I, in consultation with the president, determined that the failure to protect uninsured depositors would create systemic risk and significant economic and financial consequences. In other words, if the FDIC likes your bank, the depositors are insured. If not, the depositors are not insured over the $250,000, which means what? It means that people will withdraw their money from community banks and hand those deposits over to a handful of fascist giant banks that not only own almost all the banking, but will refuse to do business with you if you hold certain political opinions that they find offensive. And you can bet those political opinions they find offensive will always, always be conservative opinions. Senator Langford understands that these corrupt crony capitalists are up to, and he followed up with this statement. And I quote, so what is your plan to keep large depositors from moving their funds out of community banks into the big banks? We've seen the mergers of banks over the past decade, and I'm concerned you're about to accelerate that by encouraging anyone who has a large deposit in a community bank to say, well, we're not going to make you whole. But if you go to one of our preferred banks, we will make you whole at that point. And now that Yellen's been exposed and pretty much busted, she chose to answer this important question by playing stupid. She said, look, I mean, that's certainly not something that we're encouraging. Yeah, to which Langford said, well, it's happening right now. Yeah, her idiot act continues. This is happening because depositors are concerned about the bank failures that have happened and whether or not other banks could also fail. Langford again tried to get her to answer the only question that really mattered. No, it's happening because you fully insured no matter what the amount is if you're in a big bank. You're not fully insured if you're in a community bank. Yeah, they've got the full video there, but he does say, I hope everyone understands what's happening here. By informing the public your money is only safe in these big banks the Democrats favor, everyone will deposit their money in the big banks and effectively bankrupt community banks or force them to give up the ghost to the big banks. That's just step number one. Step number two is worse. Once the big banks control all the money, they will also control everything else, including what kind of business you can run. What you can and cannot say on social media, what opinions you can hold. How'd you like to live in a world where a gun store has no place to bank or run a credit card payment? How'd you like to live in a world where a mall owner cannot rent to a gun store? How'd you like to live in a world where your accounts are closed if you tweet a biological fact, something like, trans women are men? You might not want to live in that world. This is the world the Democrat Party is looking for. So they're in the process of deliberately undermining faith in community banks. It is always about control through centralized power. In other words, never let a crisis go to waste. That's been the motto for many, many years. All right, back to the calls at 844-844-3388. What you got, Horse Feathers?
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hey, you're talking about this deal with Trump in New York and that. Wasn't there a black, I hate to even phrase this way, a black woman that wanted to be prosecutor and she ran, her platform was, I'm going to get Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to her? What did she ever get Trump? Isn't that what she was elected to do? Apparently she hasn't yet. Is she still in office?
That was ultimately dismissed, and I'm not sure. I'm thinking this Braggs guy may be the one that replaced her.
Okay, I don't know. I haven't kept up with New York, all their political stuff and everything, but I just remember, that her whole platform when Trump was, our great President Trump was in office was she was running on the platform that she was going to get Trump and put him in jail. And so anyways, but hey, what I called back about there was last week you got talking about ESPN, and of course they're owned by ABC, who's owned by Disney. Yeah, sorry, Philip. I know they give you a paycheck every week, but anyways, not paying the price to get in the gate, not to see the mouse. Sorry, but anyways. You said you couldn't get ESPN University on your cable network. So, but you were going to be able to watch Lucas on, what was it, Saturday night on regular ESPN. So I got to ask, how did Lucas do? But before you answer, I went home and I had ESPNU on my DirecTV. I'm like, okay, This is kind of cool. So I turned it on and, well, we're up at the 157 weight, and you said Lucas was what, down at the 133 or something down there or something.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyways, I figured I missed it because they kept going up and up and up, and so I missed it there. But so later on there, Saturday night, I go to flip over to where ESPN should be, 2 channels down. I'm not allowed ESPN. I get ESPNU, but I don't get regular ESPN, Your Honor. So I didn't get to see anything on Saturday evening. So how did Lucas do?
Well, we knew going in there, I said Friday morning, that he, of course, he won on Thursday, I think 2 matches. And so he was in the quarterfinals, and he was going to be facing first a former champion in that weight category. He lost to him. That bumped him into what they call the wrestle back category, where you could continue wrestling and get as far back up as third. He lost that next round. Final score was like 3-2. That's how close it was, 3-2. So that pretty much ended his weekend.
All right. I was trying to watch there, and I never been, very much of really follow or anything of wrestling and that, so I didn't understand the scoring and all that, how it all worked with it. And then they had this RT thing, and I'm like, what the heck is RT? And then they said it was riding time, and I guess if you ride your opponent for a certain amount of time, you get a point or something. And I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, it certainly wasn't the days of the wrestling that I knew there with the Sergeant Slaughter and the Iron Sheik and
Right.
Hulkamania and
Right.
Jim the Hacksaw Razor Duggan there and all. But anyways, it was kind of interesting to watch and that. But yeah, I didn't want to check back in with that. So. All right, now we'll let you go do your due diligence there. See if you do any better this time there. You know what you're supposed to do.
All right, there you go. 17 past the hour. So obviously he was disappointed. Didn't make it. Didn't even get to wrestle in the final day number 3 there. And I'm not sure. I have to check back who went on to win ultimately in that 133-pound category. One other quick footnote before we get next time out here, quick 2-minute time out. We're talking about the banks. There is talking about what Janet Yellen, picking and choosing. The community banks, the smaller banks are concerned. A coalition of mid-size U.S. banks is asking the government to insure all deposits for them for the next 2 years, in the wake of the Silicon Valley Bank emergency rescue that insured all of their depositors. The Mid-Size Bank Coalition of America sent a letter to regulators arguing that a temporary suspension of the FDIC's deposit insurance limit is necessary to ensure smaller banks can navigate the current banking crisis. Bloomberg reports doing so will immediately halt the exodus of deposits from smaller banks, stabilize the banking sector, and greatly reduce chances of more bank failures. Tesla CEO Elon Musk also endorsed the idea early Saturday, saying this is needed to stop bank runs. Now, why does this matter? Well, after the sudden collapse, Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, the spotlight is on banks that may also be vulnerable to a sudden outflow of deposits. The FDIC insures deposits up to $250,000, although the agency's decision to protect those 2 banks suggests a broader willingness to back customers' funds. Separately, Bloomberg also reported that there's billionaire investor Warren Buffett was in contact with the White House, kind of heightening speculation that maybe he could provide some financial support for the regional banks. I guess that was the question being asked about Warren Buffett. The mid-size bank letter was sent to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, the FDIC, the comptroller of the currency, and the Fed. So according to Bloomberg, what we continue to watch is whether Washington answers the growing clamor to broaden FDIC's deposit protection. California Democrat Representative Ko Khanna is preparing to introduce legislation that removes the agency's coverage gap. According to DealBook, that reported over the weekend. So obviously, it's still some troubling times if the exodus of deposits continues from the smaller and regional banks, looking for the safe haven in the too big to fail kind of banks, recall? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the phones we go here. Hello, Pappy. What's happening on a Monday?
What's going on, Steve? Getting ready to go back to work tomorrow.
So you were off over the weekend.
I was. Yeah, I was sleeping at 10:30 in the morning.
What the hell? What? I thought you.
Yeah.
I wanted to get your take on what's going on. What are they doing to Trump here?
Oh man, Steve. I think I said a couple months ago they're end up indicting him after they raided Mar-a-Lago down there, even though it's not related to that.
All right.
They've been trying since 2016 to arrest this man and throw him under the jail.
I mean, every one of the legal analysts that I've heard over the weekend, I mean, most are saying that this whole New York case is has a slim chance that there would be a better likelihood of an indictment, maybe for the classified documents, or maybe even in the state of Georgia where they've been dealing with the grand jury there.
Steve, it don't matter when the justice system is compromised and run by a communist. Even on the state level now, apparently, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got George Soros under the attorney generals. They will throw you under the jail, Steve, even if you didn't commit a crime. It's a fact. It's what's going on now, Steve. We got the big guy calling everybody Trump supporters terrorists. So you fly a Trump flag out in front of your house, Steve, they're going to come and arrest you. That's the road we're going down.
Wow.
Throw your political opponents in jail. Is that not where we're heading? Or not heading, that's where we're at.
That's pretty much the definition of a banana republic, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
We'll see what happens Tuesday. Steve, on charges, these minimal charges, I mean, they're trying to say that he paid off Stormy Daniels using company money or trying to hide the payoff, right? Using his company money. Is that my understanding, right? That because he was trying to hide the payoff, I guess he was trying to hide taxes or something. I don't know. I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
If you commit a minor crime in Florida, Steve, while you're on vacation down there, and you come back to Ohio and say they put a warrant out for your arrest, are they going to extradite you, Steve? They're going to send the Popo up to Ohio to extradite Mr. Steve Summers back to Florida? Nope. Ain't happening. What Q-Ball was talking about earlier is we cite a lot of people to court. Fill out a 527, tell them to sign this. You got a court date next week on such and such date, such and such time.
Mm-hmm.
Be there, and there'll be a warrant out for your arrest. We don't put handcuffs on them a lot of times, depending on what the crime is. They don't go to jail. They don't get handcuffed. So we're going to have to see what happens Tuesday. Hopefully, they'll rethink this.
I mean, I've heard kind of conflicting reports as to, obviously, there's it may just be a misdemeanor charge. All right, well, that would not prevent him from holding office. Now, some of the left media were trying to say that if they can get it to be a felony, that might prevent him from being able to hold public office or run for president. But Dershowitz yesterday made it sound like even if it's, and I don't know who's right, who's wrong, even a felony would not prevent him from being allowed. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that, see. Maybe there's certain types of felony crimes. I don't know.
I mean, you'd think obviously, murder, rape, those kind of things. I don't know. This is. Hey, we got to pause there for a news break time.
USA News Update. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he doesn't want any protests or violence if former President Trump is arrested. McCarthy commented Sunday, one day after Trump posted in all caps on his Truth Social account, "Protest, take our nation back." Trump also said in his post that he will be arrested on Tuesday. That New York grand jury investigating the former president in a hush money case is set to hear from a longtime ally of his. Reports say attorney Bob Costello will testify on Monday. He previously represented Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer and attorney. At the NCAA men's basketball tournament on Sunday, Xavier, Kansas State, Michigan State, and UConn among the teams that advanced to the Sweet 16. At the movies, Shazam! Fury of the Gods is falling short domestically at the box office with $30.5 million in its opening weekend. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I guess I should have known that Alan Dershowitz would have been the correct one. Yeah, I mentioned earlier I had flipped over to MSNBC because I wanted to see how much jubilation was taking place on the left, which obviously it was. I mean, oh my good Lord, they're loving the idea of Trump being indicted, arrested. And when I was tuned in there, someone, I can't recall who it was alluding to the fact that if he were to be convicted, if he's convicted of a felony, he could not hold public office. To which now Dershowitz yesterday said, no, that is not the case, people. Hello? Yeah, straight from the law offices. Can a convicted felon run for president? Yes. A convicted felon can run for president of the United States of America. The United States Constitution does not prevent a felon from running for office. What becomes interesting is whether they're able to handle the political fallout of running from or after maybe spending time in prison. Although this has become seemingly less of an issue in modern times, there are very limited requirements when running for presidential election. This is constitutionally. The candidate contesting for the position must be a natural-born citizen of the United States. They must be 35 years of age or older. the candidate should be a U.S. resident for 14 years. The only additional exception is that the American Constitution prohibits a tenure of longer than 2 terms of 4 years each. Note, the Constitution also states that if a public official served under another president's term for up to 2 years or more, then that person shall serve for only 1 term. So as far as Trump, according to these rules, since Trump was a single-term president, he's eligible to run for 1 more term, even if he were to become incarcerated. The Constitution spells out it is entirely legal to be a felon running for office. The reason for this is that giving someone a felony record could be used as a political tool to prevent someone from taking office. That's why a clean record is not required to run for president. What is the probability of a felon becoming a president? There's been no American president convicted or who has been incarcerated or served a sentence prior to their presidential term. Felony charges or a criminal record often act as leverage for the opposition, obviously. Stigmatization of the felons complicates the process of establishing trust amongst people and harms the public record. In other words, a felony record is more of a political burden than a legal one. The only major negative effect of having a record is that it may be used by your opposition. Alternatively, if your charges were bogus, it may end up actually galvanizing your base. And I hear a lot of that talk in recent days as well, that this may actually resound and resonate with the base to further support Trump. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Steve, I got a little pocket, right, Constitution book that I found the other day doing some cleaning, a couple weeks ago. And I remember reading that, and I didn't think I saw anything on there, but this is a little pocket one. It doesn't get real in depth, I guess. But and another thing, Steve, since when is it not okay to protest? Why are they calling for no protest if he gets arrested? Steve, here's what I'm waiting to see what happens Tuesday. Do they perp walk him down the aisle in handcuffs? Do the old fingerprint and mugshot thing? They're going to perp walk him. If that happens, and we're not going to let the left and the media change our language here. Since when does protest mean violence?
Correct.
You know, Eagle said that. He wanted Trump to come out and say peacefully protest. Why does he got to say peacefully protest? Steve, it don't matter what he says. They're going to turn it around. The left can say that their riot is a protest, right? And they're going to say any conservative protest
is a riot.
So just because he didn't say peacefully, since protest does not mean
violence.
Riot.
Correct.
Okay.
There is a constitutional protection to voice and protest your opinion, right?
Yes, sir. It doesn't say, it's just, we're going to see what happens here.
I mean, we've all supported the right. The conservatives support the right for BLM to peacefully protest. I don't care if you're Antifa. I don't care what you are. You have the right to peacefully. We've voiced our opinion over and over again about violent protest, and we said the same about those that were breaking down barricades on January the 6th.
Yes, sir. We were condemning any violence. Even on January 6th. I mean, I worked that day, and I remember walking into the district, and I'm like, man, what the hell are these people thinking?
Exactly.
Well, come to find out, Steve, what we talked about the other night, who's instigating all this?
Mm-hmm.
Who was instigating all that on January 6th? Who wanted that to happen? And who pushed people to make that happen? Steve, we this country is in a heap of doo-doo. And one of your callers mentioned it the other day that, not one person, not Trump's going to turn this around, not DeSantis, is going to take the American people to finally get fed up and do the right thing. Do we want to live in a socialist, communist, Marxist society or not? When you go back to the banks, who's getting bailed? Steve, how many, we got the big guy, right? The Stratton kid. I'm in it for the little guy. And he just bailed out all his buddies. I'm sure you heard that Governor
Newsom,
in California.
Yeah, he had a lot of money in Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah, who else did, Steve? Chucky Schumer. Yes, sir. A lot of money invested in that bank. So they're bailing out their rich leftist Democrats. That's who they're bailing out. And when it comes to the little guy, when they're talking exactly right, Steve, these little banks support the middle class, right? Small business owners. Who do they go to, to get their loans? And if they can get them to fold, and like you just said, if you go to the big banks to get a loan because you want to open a firearms store, and it's going to get the buzzard. Total control, Steve, is what they're fighting for here, is what we're fighting against. Total control over you. And if they got to march in this digital currency, they got total control over you. Total control. Steve, we've already been down this road, right? You want a heart transplant? Take the jab.
Mm-hmm.
You don't take the jab, you're not getting a heart transplant. You need to put that mask on if you're going to walk into the emergency room. You got a broken leg, put that mask on if you want to get treated. This is how we want to live.
Mm-hmm.
So, see what happens here Tuesday. It's going to be interesting. I hope they rethink this. See what happens. All right, my man. Got to finish rolling my smokes. Ready for the next 2 days.
Get ready to go back to the old grind. All right.
Yes, sir. So everybody be safe. Hammer down. Hey, spring tomorrow, right?
First full day of spring. Yes, sir. All right, 844-3388. 5-7, what's happening?
Oh, good morning. Yeah, well, over the weekend I'm sitting there and we're glued to Newsmax Monday, Saturday. I got a kick out of Janet Yellen trying to explain something or other. I can't tell you what she was saying. I'm sitting there with my wife, and I look over at my wife. My wife looks over at me, this good Christian loving woman, and says, "What the hell did she just say?" Then she covered her mouth and she goes, "Oh, dear Lord, I'm sorry." I looked at her back and I said, "Honey, I have got a clue what that woman's saying, but I wish she was saying it in front of the Congress when they were passing that omnibus bill. And at least maybe they'll understand that, you know, we ain't got the money to do what you're doing." So, other than that, the good news coming out of that, like Dershowitz, which I don't understand how the man could have voted for Biden in the first place.
Yep.
That sort of challenges my opinion of his intelligence. So I think he's a liar. But, he was right about everything. But one good thing come out is Stormy Daniels was ordered to pay the president. She lost a lawsuit. And in the character of the others, her lawyer, the lies and everything that was being said, and even worse in this case, it changed the configuration between the lawyer and his client. And if they can do this to the president, they can do it to everyone else, anyone. But I do think what he said is the fact that in New York City, you could indict and convict a ham sandwich because they are extremely liberal. So it possibly could happen, but I think right now that you got a lot of Democrats coming down on that boy and saying, saying, man, you're just hurting us here. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to turn, I put a couple posts on your fan page, I'm leaning DeSantis. I'd love to have a man up there that can confront the media like he did and set them in their place and say it clearly instead of Trump and his asinine statements, and say it clearly. I'm going with DeSantis, but if they put him in jail, I'm just going 100% Trump. I might even turn my Facebook page, put a mega hat out there, turn my Facebook page in ID red, so everybody have no doubt who I'm going to support. And all the politics aside, I guess what's interesting, China has a neighbor, a southern neighbor on the border called Vietnam. Well, not this week, last week, I think it was the weekend before the news came out, Governor Henry McMaster, South Carolina governor, introduced the fact that down here in Allendale, South Carolina, that we're going to have a tire manufacturer from Vietnam. And that's sort of, wow. I mean, what do you think China thinks about that? So there's at least one of China's neighbors thinking that the United States is going to fare better in this than them building their plant in China. Of course, China's taken over their islands, have been putting heavy leaning on Vietnam. You sort of wonder if Vietnam now wants America back and set up bases in their country, naval bases, at least in their country, for self-protection against China. Now, I can't even come close to pronouncing the name of that. If anybody wants to read that up, all you have to do is type in first Vietnamese tire company in U.S. and it'll come up on your Google. So at least there's somebody out there that thinks that the dollar bill is going to do better than the yen throughout all this mess. But yeah, Newsmax, listen, Newsmax let me down. I mean, they talked about the trial or all the evidence. They did. You know what they didn't do? They didn't do what you just did a little while ago. They did not one time mention the fact that the Bidens were on the verge of people being indicted with all this information coming to light. And thank God for the Steve Summers overnight drive. And hopefully they'll get on the ball and get out there and start talking about things that are really important. And like Pappy said, why should conservatives have to say peacefully protest? No, protest is peaceful. Protest turns to a riot as soon as somebody picks up a rock. And like all them all them guys wearing black and got the ninja face mask on and all that stuff, I still say where were the Antifa during that time? I believe the ranks were just crammed full of Antifa. And I challenge anybody to get down there and start ripping the mask off these people. If they're down there protesting in New York City, somebody grab the mask off these people and start getting some pictures of these faces. So
Because
if they don't catch the government,
if there are protests in New York, they could be they could be used to make Trump supporters look bad. You don't know who's actually behind the mask, right? Get what you're saying there, but hello to Steve in Columbus, up and Adam here on a Monday morning, Mr. Summers and all the listeners out there. Hope you had a good weekend. Ours was restful and slightly eventful, but the outcome was still good. Either way, the coffee's hot, the car's warmed up. Time to head into town, see what we can find in the trash today. I was informed I'll have a new trainee with me today. Everybody enjoy. All right, back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I was thinking, what are the odds? A couple weeks ago, Brain Dead. Remember Brain Dead called in? Talking about he and Dingbat were kind of changing up their diet, trying to be a bit more healthy, eating more healthy. And actually beginning to flip over the package or the box and look at the ingredients. And at some point he brought up, Steve, do you know that you cannot get Skittles in Europe? Or jelly beans, and there was a handful of products. I didn't realize that. Yeah, that may be coming here. Well, it starts in California, right? A California lawmaker has introduced a bill banning additives that are used in the likes of Skittles, jelly beans, Campbell's soup, some bread brands, and much more. Californians shouldn't have to worry about the food they buy in their neighborhood grocery store that might be full of dangerous additives or toxic chemicals. According to the California Assembly member in the press release, Jesse Gabriel, chair of the Assembly Committee on Privacy and Consumer Protection, the bill will correct for a concerning lack of federal oversight and help protect our kids' public health and the safety of our food supply, says the lawmaker. If enacted, Beloved candies, soups, and breads would become illegal to manufacture or sell in the state. Foods on the chopping block include, as we mentioned, Skittles, Sour Patch Kids, Jelly Beans, Trident sugar-free gum, Pez, those Pez dispensers, Hostess desserts, Campbell's soup, Old El Paso queso sauce, certain brands of bread, and more. This bill would be the first in the United States to ban the use of the named additives in processed foods, noting that processed foods and candies containing the substance are marketed to children and low-income consumers and communities of color. The bill proposes a prohibition on manufacturing, selling, delivering, distributing, holding, or offering for sale food containing any of 5 substances. The substances are brominated vegetable oil, potassium bromate, propylparaben, red dye number 3, and titanium oxide. The targeted substances already banned in the European Union over public health concerns. Those health risks, he says, include an increased cancer risk, behavioral issues for children, reproductive harm, and damage to the immune system. Why are these toxic chemicals in our food, he says? Well, at the same time, I think, you're allowed to go into the marijuana dispensary and buy as much smoke as you want, but who am I to judge, right? Think about that for a moment.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. The New York grand jury investigating former President Trump in a hush money case is set to hear from a longtime ally. Reports say attorney Bob Costello will testify on Monday. He previously represented Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer and attorney. Senator Mark Kelly says nobody is above the law, even the former president.
Kelly responding to former President Trump's claim that he will be arrested this week.
We're a country of laws. I think it's very important for the Manhattan DA to look into this thoroughly.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, the Arizona Democrat said he hopes the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has a strong case against Trump because the arrest would be unprecedented. In a social media post, Trump predicted he'll be arrested on charges related to alleged hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. This would mark the first time a president is arrested in U.S. history. I'm Dave Collins.
And House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he doesn't want to see any protests or violence if Trump is arrested. Millions are awaiting a Texas judge's forthcoming decision in a case regarding abortion pills. A U.S. district judge heard arguments last week in an anti-abortion group's lawsuit to overturn the FDA's approval of abortion pills. High rates of cancer have been found in military pilots and those who work on the aircrafts.
The Pentagon says a study of nearly 900,000 service members who flew on or worked on military aircraft between 1992 and 2017 are at higher risk of cancer. It found that 87% of crew members have a higher rate of melanoma and 39% for thyroid cancer, with men more at risk of prostate cancer just as women are for breast cancer. Ground crews showed a lower rate of cancers, just 3% overall. Previously, the military said that service members were not at a greater risk compared to the general population. I'm Jeremy Scott.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Some harsh words for the Fed chair.
Senator Elizabeth Warren has no confidence in the head of the Federal Reserve.
He's failing both as the oversight manager of these big banks, which is his job, and also what he's doing with inflation.
On NBC's Meet the Press, Warren said he's partly to blame for the recent bank failures.
Jerome Powell just took a flamethrower to the regulations, weakened dozens of the regulations.
She said he's also failed when it comes to monetary policy because all interest rate hikes are doing is putting people out of work. I'm John Schaefer.
The White House is set to welcome the cast of the hit Apple TV Plus series Ted Lasso for a discussion on mental health. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will host actor Jason Sudeikis and several other cast members on Monday. Now streaming in its 3rd season, the Emmy Award-winning show has tackled mental health issues in its storyline. The Houston Astros are almost certainly going to be without their superstar second baseman to start the season. Jose Altuve has been ruled out indefinitely with a right thumb fracture that he sustained during Venezuela's loss to the United States in the World Baseball Classic on Saturday. The Cowboys are adding another weapon for quarterback Dak Prescott. Dallas acquiring wide receiver Brandon Cooks from the Houston Texans in exchange for draft picks. Cooks had 57 passes for 699 yards and 3 touchdowns last season. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, we're going to roll into our final hour. Here on a Back to Work Monday. As we close out a weekend of March Madness. Indeed, lived up to its billing for sure. 2 number 1 seeds out, several number 2 seeds out, a 15 seed moving on to the Sweet 16. My. Under the industry headlines, I would have never thought. Do you have any idea that thieves are looking to literally steal the doors off your truck? Yeah, the doors. You know, there's a lot of things that thieves target. ECMs, electronic control modules, have been big targets of theft in recent years. According to this, Alabama-based Johnston Trucking has 5 branches in the Florida Panhandle, including in Southport. About 8:30 Thursday night, someone broke into the fenced-in yard and stole the driver and passenger doors off 3 vehicles. It's not the first time it's happened. Earlier this month, someone stole the doors off 2 trucks at A1 Septic Service. USA Concrete lost the doors off 8 of their trucks. The thieves know what they're looking for, usually targeting Kenworth trucks, they say. Now, the county sheriff's office criminal investigation says originally we were under the impression that the electronic devices in the door is what they were going after. After doing some more research, it seems more like getting the door and selling it as a whole. And authorities say they're good at it. To get out there in 30 seconds or a minute, remove these doors, and then have the possibility of making several $1,000s, it's lucrative for these people that have figured it out. Johnston Trucking's owner said the 6 stolen doors are worth about $40,000. But the real financial burden is the lost work. Johnston cannot use the truck without the doors because, obviously, it doesn't meet federal standards. With companies across the Southeast being targeted, manufacturers haven't been able to keep up with the sudden spike in demand, and the manufacturer cannot meet the demand. Yeah, it seems as though the reason they're all back orders is so many of these doors are being stolen. I'm not really understanding where the market for these doors is on the black market. Yeah, sheriff's investigators don't know how many people are involved or if the cases are related, but they do say they're confident they will solve the crimes. How often is it that you're looking for new doors for your truck? I don't know. I was left somewhat befuddled by that story. But hey, Daryl joins us on a Monday morning. Daryl.
Good morning. How are you, Steve?
Doing well. How about yourself? How was your weekend?
Oh, my weekend was good. I was interested in your young man, Lucas, that was the wrestler.
Yes.
What grade level does he wrestle in?
Well, he's in college. He's wrestling for the Illinois.
Okay.
He's the Fighting Illini. This was the NCAA championships this weekend. He got to the quarterfinals. Then he lost out. He lost both matches there on Friday, which ended his weekend. So no podium for Luke.
Well, that's great. Horse Feathers was mentioning some of the wrestlers that he knew. I grew up with Trenchmouth Phillips and Sputnik Monroe around the Memphis area. They used to wrestle around Jonesboro, Arkansas. And they put on quite a show for us. All 6 of them came over in a limousine from Memphis, wrestle 2 or 3 hours, and get in a limousine, go back home. I noticed my Arkansas Razorbacks was still in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, how about that? Beating that number 1 seed, Kansas.
My cousin lives in Fayetteville, and I went down a few years ago to visit him and went by the complex there where they play basketball, and I thought I was looking at the Taj Mahal. They've got quite a place to play there in Fayetteville.
Right.
The reason why I was interested in this young wrestler, I have a friend who wrestled at the 12-year age, and now he's about 14, and he's the finest young gentleman that I have ever met. He's just a gentleman, and I thought maybe the wrestling brought that out into these young men. I imagine Lucas is a gentleman also.
I would say yes, he is to that. Yes.
Well, listen, I'll let you go. Just wanted to touch base with you, let you know you had a listener out here in the early morning hours.
Very good. Well, thank you for checking in, Daryl, and have a great Monday. Is there such a thing? Yeah, Horse Feather said, talking about the doors, Steve, doors and doors with mirrors are pretty expensive. Some of the mirror packages alone can go for $1,500, $2,000. So to grab the door, all the electronics and the mirrors that goes with it, not a bad payday for a couple of minutes work. All right, so yeah, I get all the electronics that goes inside there. Yeah, let's get back and see, is that Shadow Chaser by chance? Morning.
Morning, Steve. How you doing this Monday morning?
Oh, it's a Monday, but we're here.
Yeah, it's going cool down here around last 31 down there this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you get a chance, look it up. They had a wreck up there in around Washington, D.C. Somebody saw a Lexus SUV crashed into our vehicle, killed 2 people in the other vehicle, and the driver stole the Lexus, had like 44 tickets on him. He's still able to drive.
Wow.
So you ever get a chance, check that out. I guess he's trying to get away from the cops and
Yep.
hit another vehicle, killed 2 people on it.
Wow.
So here.
Well, everything else going
All
on?
right, that's about it.
All right, that's just checking it. Thanks for the heads up there, the tip. I'll see what I can find on that, Washington, D.C. Okay, while we await official word, will Trump actually be arrested? Will Trump be indicted? I can tell you there is another president that actually has an arrest warrant issued, and that is one Vladimir Putin. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin, alleging Moscow's forcible deportation of Ukrainian children as a war crime. And the Kremlin is outraged. Russia has not concealed a program under which supposedly they brought thousands of Ukrainian children to Russia, but says this is a humanitarian campaign to protect orphans and children abandoned in the conflict zone. Ukraine's President Zelensky said this is going to lead to historic accountability, adding that the deportations constituted a policy of state evil, which starts precisely at the top official of this state. but a furious response from Moscow. Kremlin spokesman found the very questions raised by the International Criminal Court as outrageous and unacceptable, and that any decisions of the court were null and void with respect to Russia. Now, of course, Russia, like the United States and China, is not a member of the International Criminal Court. Yankees, hands off Putin, according to the parliament speaker. All right, the U.S. said there's no doubt Russia was committing war crimes in Ukraine. The court also issued a warrant for Russia's Commissioner of Children's Rights, the same charges. But apparently Putin is only the third serving president to have been issued an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court. And it's probably not going to end up in court anytime soon, because the warrants do mean, though, that he could be arrested and sent to The Hague if he were to travel to any International Criminal Court member state. This really makes Putin a pariah. If he travels, he risks arrest. This never goes away. Russia cannot gain relief from sanctions without compliance with the warrants. Residents in the Russian capital expressing disbelief. Putin? Nobody will arrest him. We will protect him. The people of Russia will protect him, he says. Now, Moscow's forces accused of multiple abuses during the year-old invasion of Ukraine, including by a UN-mandated investigative body that, I guess, last week described soldiers making children watch loved ones being raped. Moscow has repeatedly denied accusations that their forces have committed atrocities during the invasion. Of course, they call it a special military operation, not an invasion. International Criminal Court prosecutor has began investigating possible war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide in Ukraine a full year ago, looking at alleged crimes against children, the targeting of civilian infrastructure, but, will anything ever come of it? Yeah, back in a moment, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything that's sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. At the same time, make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'll go to goldeagle.com just for listening to this program, go to the website goldeagle.com, manufacturer of Sta-Bil. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll get 15% off your entire order there. Chris, morning, Chris. What's happening?
Morning, Steve. I've been listening to stuff. Somebody asked what happened to that other case against Trump in New York. That's still going, believe it or not. But that was the New York Attorney General. This guy's a DA.
Oh, okay, different. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, and she ended up she's the one that got his taxes released. And then she ended up converting the thing to a civil suit for tax fraud. Basically, she wants him to pay back real estate tax, I think, is what that comes down to. And she's complaining that he keeps putting it off, which I'm sure he is, right? But on this banking thing, Steve, there's simultaneously. You remember last year when crypto dropped and then the next day the stock market dropped?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was listening to that these guys had to make margin calls. They were buying all this crypto with borrowed money and, trying to take a profit on it. And I think that's what happened to this Friedman guy. People think he stole the money. They'd be better off if he did steal the money. They might get some back. But it just vaporized. He was buying all this crypto with borrowed money. That's why he kept saying, well, I lost my financing. He was a gambler and just wasted billions and millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about the banks, though, I don't know much about these treasury notes, but they say, because the interest is so low, apparently if they need the money, once they buy a treasury note, you take in a bunch of money and they guarantee it by buying a treasury note. So it's not sitting in their vault. But I don't know. I guess you can't turn these things in. I would think the government would guarantee them, but nobody wants to buy one that's got 1-2% interest because, anything, a passbook account pays more than that right now. You can buy any investment that pays better than 2%, and they're selling these things for a loss. But I think the reason they don't want to get into regional banks, they do the same thing with your mortgage.
Right.
They lend you money, and right now there's a lot of mortgages out there, 2-3%. But when they need the money, they sell that mortgage. And that's what happened before 2008. I'd get a damn letter every 2 years from a different bank that says, we're your new bank. Send your mortgage payments to us. And they were shuffling them all over the place. And now, if you get into that problem with these regional banks, and they've got thousands, millions of mortgages that nobody wants to buy because they're 2% interest, and I think housing values are going to kind of drop, and they have to sell a $100,000 mortgage for $80,000 just to get cash, and that's what destroyed everything in 2008 because, on top of that, they had a lot of bad loans. They weren't secured right, and the housing market just crashed down to nothing. Nobody's house was worth what they owed on it,
Yep.
And I think that's why they don't want to get involved with regional banks. But that's about all I know about it. that much, but I think that I don't think anybody realizes that margin stuff. That's what caused the Great Depression. You know, people making investments with borrowed money, just gambling. But hopefully we'll get through it.
All right. Well, Chris, appreciate you checking in. One step at a time, as they say. There hadn't been a whole lot of news about that whole FTX thing coming out. I think I did have a report from late last week that I set on the side over here. I might still have that in the mix. Kind of an update. You're trying to get to the bottom. What happened to the billions of dollars, right? In the meantime, a couple of minutes before we hit news break, bottom of the hour here, let me jump to see if he's hanging in there. Eagle, yes, sir. Back to on a Monday.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to say a couple more things about Vladimir Putin. You know, they got a warrant out for his arrest. There should be some way what this man has done, Steve. This man, you know, they got the nerve, you know, to have a warrant out for Donald Trump, his arrest on Tuesday. Now let's look at these two individuals, Steve. Let's look at Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Which man needs to be in jail? Why are these people not focusing on an international terrorist like Vladimir Putin, who has killed innocent people in Ukraine, Russia, and other nations around the world? There should be some way that they can put this guy behind bars, Steve. You know, Vladimir Putin walks around with his chest stuck out like a rooster, you know, that's, you know, on top of the pile. He really is, because he knows there's not a damn thing gonna be done about him, and that's really a sad deal that Vladimir Putin can get away with doing what he's doing. That man needs to be behind bars. He doesn't need to be president of Russia. Now, getting back to Donald Trump's situation, Steve. Donald Trump, from what I'm understanding, and they'll probably find a way to screw Donald Trump because they don't like him. They say that this could just be he could just go into the courtroom, face his charges, take a mug shot and do a couple other things and then walk out of the courtroom. But I got a feeling it's not going to be that easy. It wouldn't surprise if they hold him up in there for over 24 hours or maybe, you know, a day or two before he walks out of that courtroom or jailhouse just to rub it in his face. But I'm glad you read the facts about Donald Trump, because I forgot to say that in my first call, Steve, because there's a lot of people out there that believe that a man can't be president if he has a felony on his record.
Yep.
But I'm glad you made that real clear, that Donald Trump can still be president even if he's given a felony. And you remember this, Steve. Remember this. Bill Clinton, go back to good old Bill Clinton. Remember Bill Clinton, what he did with Monica Lewinsky. There was never no jail charges, no charges filed against him. He was basically the same situation with Stormy Daniels.
Yep, that's very 100% correct. Hey, I got to get to my news break here on a Monday morning.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is urging his supporters to protest because he expects to be arrested this week. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu said on Sunday protests should be peaceful, but an indictment would result in a political circus. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he doesn't want any protests or violence if Trump is arrested. Swiss banking giant UBS is buying its troubled rival Credit Suisse for more than $3 billion. The Swiss National Bank said the takeover will secure financial stability and protect the country's economy. Second-round action wrapped up at the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Xavier, Kansas State, and Michigan State all punched their tickets to the Sweet 16, along with UConn and Creighton. 16th seed Fairleigh Dickinson, who upset top seed Purdue on Friday, had its run come to an end with a loss to Florida Atlantic. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? and as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I do not believe our guilty party is Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. But Interstate 40 near Asheville, North Carolina, looked more like a rodeo than a highway. Three brothers out there on horseback trying to capture the runaway cow on I-40. Yeehaw. That looks like a cow from the Western North Carolina livestock market. In Canton, North Carolina, got loose. So who do you call when something like that happens? Well, you call the guy brothers. The boy's father said it looked like firemen who just got word of a fire when they got the call that the cow was loose. Springing into action, Zach Guy tells WLOS in Asheville there were several close calls, but everyone went home safely, and the animal and possibly a motorist or two were saved. You know, it's just another day at the office. But 18-year-old Tucker, 16-year-old Walker, and 13-year-old Parker, not just any trio of brothers, they're actually roping and riding national team roping champions. Also with world and state titles under their belts, Carolina Highway Patrol helped the boys by keeping the cars away while they got to do their thing with that cowboys do. Yeah, the cow was loose between exit 31 and 33 on I-40. She was captured successfully. No cars, no cows, no cowboys. Ultimately injured. There you go. Everybody ropes, everybody rides. Is that cue ball?
Hey, Barry, call back real quick. Two things. Number one, those stolen doors.
Yes.
There's another commodity that people don't realize that oftentimes doors have on them. Valid IFTA stickers.
No.
Can't scrape them off without ruining them. But if you cut it out of the sheet metal of the door, you can stick it on another truck and go down a road. Like if you're like a cargo thief or something like that, you got a door sign and you got a IFTA sticker. I mean, you go down a road looking like another truck going down the street. Something to think about. Also, real quick, as soon as this whole international criminal court thing with the arrest warrant for Putin, oh, please. Like they're ever going to actually arrest him? Let's be frank, I don't know what he has for security, kind of like our president travels with Secret Service.
Right.
And he could walk down Main Street in France. You ain't getting anywhere near that guy to put the cuffs on him. What are you going to do? Which Wyatt Earp is going to go get him anywhere on this planet? Good luck with that. Putin could take that warrant and literally wipe his rear end with it and then hand it back. That's all I got.
What's that famous bounty hunter guy? What's his name? Maybe stick him on him.
Oh, Dog?
Yeah, Dog the bounty hunter.
Dog the bounty hunter? So, yeah, good luck with that. I would pay to see Putin hand back that warrant with Putin on it.
All right, Q-Ball. Well, hey,
all right, man, I gotta go.
Thank you for checking in once again here on a Monday. Well, speaking of which, happy Monday, says Truck and Phil. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation of the great product of Staybill. Looks like we're heading up to 47 in Fort Wayne, maybe 49 in Sterling Heights, Michigan today. Well, Phil's basketball brackets for the NCAA tournament are busted. I guess now it's on to baseball season. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back once again. Have a great week, everyone out there, says Truck and Phil Semper Fi. There you go. Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Keep your eye cow patty on all them cows and roping them there, right?
Yep.
Yep. Well, I got a news flash for you. The Pope says that they're going to finally let you Catholics start having sex, Steve. Oh, that was just between the priest and the nun.
Hey, boy.
Yeah, I know it. Just as long as they're married to each other there. Well, they ain't got anything on Donald Trump yet. They've been trying, but they ain't got nothing on him there. And if I remember correctly, old Slick Willie lost his right to practice law for 5 years out of all that Monica Lewinsky stuff there. So, but he didn't. At 5 years, that wasn't much of nothing for him anyway.
Right.
So, what's the definition? E is anyway, right? Steve, I read this on Facebook. The last day of 2023 will be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How about that? Ain't that something?
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. 12/31/23, right?
Yep. They're right.
Yep. I read that on the drive there that this Tesla guy, or well, not, he owned a Tesla. He went and unlocked somebody else's car and drove off with it and thought it was his.
I saw that
and
story
had to wind
last
up
week.
returning it.
Yeah, now, I asked the question at the time. If you got in a truck, I mean, it looks just like yours on the outside, how long would it take for you to realize once you got in, this ain't my truck?
Oh, we got 115 on our yard, and I can go right get somebody else's truck and realize it ain't mine in a heartbeat.
That's
there,
what
right?
I mean. I mean, this guy supposedly drove around for a couple hours before he found out he was in the wrong car.
Yeah, I know it. Well, some people just got their head up their butt there, right?
I
And
guess.
there's a way you get your head out of your butt to get an ear in each hand and pull real hard. Well, speaking about them doors on them trucks, there is a Freightliner dealer there in Memphis. They had 16 tires ripped off from the guy that runs does the service work on Freightliners for our company. He was telling me the other day they cut the fence and went and just spun the outside tires off on them and got 16 of them. I never had to jack it up or nothing. Just let the air out of them, take the tire too, and spin them right off. And then they hit them up there in Jonesboro, Arkansas the next day for 14 of them. So that's a lot of money. Them tires ain't cheap no more.
No doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. And them cops there in Memphis, they still killing people. See, I mean, that's they done killed a black man up there in the jailhouse.
Oh boy.
His family's wanting them held accountable. They booked up on him or something. I don't know there. But do know the difference between a Freightliner and a Jehovah's Witness, right?
Oh, I imagine you can tell me. What is it?
Well, you can at least shut the door on the Jehovah's Witness, right?
Okay.
All right. And the last of this old baloney I got there is I'd rather be taking allergy medicine than to be going up there and freezing my butt off in the frozen tundra there. So I'm an old cowhand from a Rio Grande. You take me out of here, Steve. Number one in the land. I'm an old.
Have a good morning. Have a good Monday, Knucklebuster. All right, I don't know if I can pronounce the name of this correctly, but the Centers for Disease Control says Americans living in 8 northeastern states need to be aware of the signs of, that's what I'm trying to pronounce, babesiosis, either babesiosis or babsiosis. It's B-A-B-E, which is babe, last I checked. Babesiosis, a tick-borne disease that's on the rise. Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, all seeing increases in babesiosis. While the disease is endemic in Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire, according to the CDC report that's based on data that was collected between 2011 and 2019, unlike Lyme disease, caused by several types of Borrelia bacteria, babesiosis is caused by the Babsy parasite that can infect red blood cells, not unlike malaria. Some medical professionals describe Babesia along with anaplasmosis, the Powassan virus, and several others as kind of a co-infection to Lyme disease that are transmitted via tick bites. Members of the public, healthcare providers in states with babesiosis, and even the bordering states need to be aware of the signs and the risk factors. If you're going to be spending time outdoors in states with endemic babesiosis, obviously practice tick bite prevention, wearing long pants, avoiding underbrush, avoiding long grass, use tick repellents. They note the parasitic disease is generally spread by black-legged or deer ticks, which are common across the eastern and southern portions of the country. They're considered the main vector of Lyme disease, which federal officials have also said is on the rise across the U.S. once again. You can also contact the Babsia parasite through contaminated blood transfusions or organ transplants. Pregnant mothers who have it can transmit it to their babies. Now, while Lyme disease is often described as a chronic disease, babesiosis can be either mild with no symptoms, or it can go as far as acute illness with multi-organ failures in the body. Kind of like the original COVID-19. As they said at the time, maybe millions of people would contract COVID and show no symptoms at all. Others could be lying in the hospital, dying on a ventilator, many of which did. Now, babesiosis is often associated with case fatality rates as high as 10%. Babesiosis. Watch out for the ticks in the Northeast. It is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Monday. Coming up later this week, we haven't really delved into it yet as we start the week relatively quiet. As far as much of the country's concerned, as far as precipitation. That will be changing. Later this week, a late week storm is going to put many in the country's midsection. Again, at risk for flooding rain and severe thunderstorms. More to come after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, they tell us later this week a series of storms going to come out of the central Rockies, ultimately pushing into the Ohio Valley, the Midwest. Yeah, we're talking starting Tuesday through Friday. But the persistent surge of rain that these storms is going to bring is going to add up. There's several inches of rain from Dallas all the way up to Detroit through the week. Heaviest is forecast toward the end of the week, when one particularly potent storm is going to track through the region Thursday and Friday. But with the constant rain, there will be a heightened risk for flooding. Yeah, from northwest Arkansas to Indiana, western Ohio. Yeah, we could be talking 4 inches of rain in just a few days in that region. So streams, flooding, rises in water levels, low-lying roads, ponding, slower travel out there. Yeah, the same storm will be potent enough to bring a wave of thunderstorms across the southern U.S. Warm air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico most of this week is likely to gradually increase temperatures across the eastern half of the country. Yeah, by the time we get to Thursday, temperatures may be 10, 20 degrees above the normal for this time of year, which is just the opposite of what we're kind of contending with this morning as we enter that final day of winter, waiting the arrival of spring with freeze warnings all the way down to the Gulf Coast this Monday morning. All right, 5-7, yes.
I'm sorry I didn't get this added in the first time, but I found something for Eagle, and I put it on your fan page. So when he gets to Chicago, you might want to look it up. If not, you can look it up. Google it, I imagine, about a reporter, one that Lori Lightfoot had banned from her news conference. He confronted her, I guess, in their last meeting, and he confronted her, and not as a reporter, he had to stand in line for when they allowed comments from the citizens. And he ripped her a new one, man. He told everything about what she did and everything. And he said, I'm a lifelong Chicago resident. I was born here. He goes, what you did to my city is just horrendous. And he told her, frankly, get out of my city.
Wow.
And then the clip ends. So that would be an interesting, because she was there, and you could hear her just in the last second start to come back at him. So, but that was just as I was heading out the door last night to go to, right about midnight. So, but Eagle, there's a fellow up there that I think you'll enjoy that confrontation right there. But other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, wait for that notification. Come Tuesday morning, problem is I won't be there. I've got to take my wife to the doctor tomorrow. So
oh, okay.
Seems like I'm seeing a whole lot of the medical profession here lately. I wonder how long this is going to last. All right, buddy. It's 5-7. We over.
All right. Have a great Monday. All right. So speaking of, I don't know if there's any correlation between Trump making the announcement. Like, it's just like late Friday, Saturday morning, right, when he made the post about expected to be arrested. But going back last Friday afternoon, he said, I'm back. Trump actually posting on Facebook Friday afternoon. Hey, you remember there's been questions about will he return to Twitter? Will he return to Facebook? I mean, to date, in most cases, he said no. He would continue to use his Truth Social, to which I've said several times. You look at the number of followers via Truth Social compared to the number of followers he had on both the likes of Facebook and Twitter. I said, you'd think whatever you're going to post on Truth Social, share it also on Facebook, share it on Twitter. Otherwise, you're not reaching but just a small percentage of those potential followers. Truth Social has not grown as swiftly as I guess they anticipated. So he's back on Facebook, posted a video with his arms outstretched. This was actually flanked by Mike Pence and his younger son, Barron. He says, sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Of course, Facebook, or Meta, the parent company of Facebook, restored Trump's both Instagram and Facebook accounts back in February after that more than 2-year suspension. At the time, they said Trump no longer posed a serious risk to public safety. This could prove critical in Trump's bid for re-election. Facebook's ban actually harmed Trump's ability to raise money and get out his political message. New York Times back in May of 21 said why Facebook was so vital in Trump's political prospects. They've increasingly become one of the most vital weapons in a political campaign's arsenal, with their ability to juice small dollar online fundraising. And those numbers add up into the millions. You expand and acquire contact information, help build out data on campaign voter files. And so without the likes of the social media, as we all knew too well during his 4 years as president, it'll be interesting to see, will he also return to Twitter? Will he return to Instagram? I guess time will tell. We close things out there on a Monday morning. See you back at the midnight hour tonight for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up dreams.